Aloha, we are convening the House Committee on Finance. It is around 10 a.m.-ish on Thursday, February 26th, 2026. We're here in room 308. And we have a pretty full agenda today, and we have another one coming up at 2, and hopefully they don't run into each other if everyone's on their best behavior. Just some basic ground rules. We have a 2-minute, it's kind of like a soft 2-minute cap on individual testimony so that everyone has an opportunity, an equal opportunity to testify. And if you're on Zoom, please stay muted unless you are called upon to testify. And I think the rest of this is probably not that important, but that's like the important stuff. Okay, we're gonna get started with HB 1183 HD2.
First, we have the Department of Human Resources Development and Support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. DHRD will stand on its written testimony and support, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We have Department of the Attorney General with comments on Zoom. Oh, in person.
Morning, Chair, members of the committee, Lori Tanigawa, Deputy Attorney General. The department submitted a written testimony in which we flagged a potential subject title issue, and I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Law Enforcement and Support.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Ernest Robello. I'm the Deputy Director for the Department of Law Enforcement. We are in support of this bill and we have submitted written testimony. I just wanted to highlight that the DLE recognizes that the financial considerations are an important aspect of any legislation related to the retirement system. However, this bill is important to the DLE for the purposes of recruitment of DLE administrators in hard-to-fill positions, as well as other positions with the DLE that require outsourcing or resources that may have to come from a county agency or another law enforcement agency. This allows us or the state to be able to recruit these types of personnel to be able to make an immediate impact for the department. This also allows for continuity of the department itself, so we don't have constant turnover of administrators. It's also provides for a fair and equitable benefit to the people that are working in these positions, doing similar roles as our county counterparts, such as the police department, with regards to their retirement benefits. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'll be available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Employees Retirement System with comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. The Board of Trustees for the Employee Retirement System has not reviewed or taken a position on this bill, but administration has submitted testimony with some recommended amendments for you to consider in the draft. They've been outlined on the second page of the testimony, but specifically we would recommend that you look at unifying the dates of the amendment to a future date, such as July 1st, 2026, which would be the effective date for if you were to pass this bill. And then also adding a specific section that's also the verbiage has been provided in the testimony. These altogether would help eliminate some ambiguity, add clarity to how the statute would have to be effectuated. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the written testimony that we received on this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, do we have any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda, HB 1656 HD1 relating to the indebtedness to the state.
We have the Department of Accounting and General Services with comments.
Chair, Vice Chair, we stand on our written testimony providing comments on this measure.
Thank you. Hawaii Government Employees Association and support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Nui Sebas for HGA. We're in strong support of this measure. This measure establishes a more lenient process when an employee is overpaid by the state and put on a repayment plan. It's not the fault of the employee when they're overpaid. The employee will pay the loan back, but many of them just ask for a more lenient process. Thank you.
Thank you. We have United Public Workers, UPW, in support.
Two weeks to file on behalf of UPW Chair Vice Chair, we stand on our testimony and strong support.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us today. Also comments from the state library system and comments from the County of Honolulu Budget and Fiscal Services and one organization in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on HB 1656? Okay, moving on to the next item on our agenda, HB 1658, HD1 relating to collective bargaining.
Department of Human Resources Development in opposition.
It will send out our written testimony in opposition and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We have HGEA in support.
Chair, Vice Chair members, Nui Sebas for HGEA. We're in strong support of this measure. In 2024, the legislature established and codified into law a repricing process. This bill, which we're in support of, is looking to amend part of that process, the arbitration process, to make the arbitration process more appropriate for repricing job classifications and also to streamline repricing of job classes within the state. Thank you.
Thank you. UPW in support.
Chair Vice Chair, 2 weeks to file on behalf of UPW and we stand on our written testimony and strong support.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, testimony in opposition from the County of Honolulu Department of Human Resources and the County of Hawaii Department of Human Resources, as well as one other organization in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members of the committee, do we have any questions? All right, moving on to HB 1661 relating to cafeteria plans.
Okay, Department of Human Resources Development with comments.
We'll stand on our written testimony for providing comments.
Thank you. We have Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We flagged a possible unconstitutional delegation issue, and we have submitted within our testimony a technical fix to solve that issue, assuming that the policy remains as stated in the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. HGA in support.
Nui Sebas for HGEA. We're in strong support of this measure. I just do want to note that there's currently a $650 difference in what the IRS prescribes for the medical flexible spending account plan versus what is within DHRT's administrative rules. Thank you.
Thank you. UPW in support.
Chair Vice Chair, 2 weeks to file on behalf of UPW and we stand in strong support on this measure.
Thank you. Members, also comments from the County of Honolulu Department of Human Resources. That's all the testimony we've received. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Great. Members, any questions on this measure? Sensing a pattern here. Okay. Next, we have HB 1664 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund.
We have the State Procurement Office with comments on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Bonnie Kahakui, Administrator, State Procurement Office. Will stand on our written testimony, providing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. HGA in support.
Nui Sebas for HGA. We're in strong support of this measure. At times when our members take approved work-related travel, they'll cover those costs with their own personal funds, like their credit card or debit card. And once they submit for reimbursement, we do consider sometimes the long wait time when they wait for that reimbursement. So we appreciate the intent of this measure, as it kind of codifies a 30-day reimbursement timeline and also provides a remedy if they don't be reimbursed within 30 days. Thank you.
And just for clarification, I did read out the wrong bill number, yeah. So we are on HB 1663 HD1 relating to reimbursement of public officers and employees. But that was the right testimony for the wrong description. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
And UPW in support.
Chair Vice Chair, 2 weeks to file on behalf of UPW, we stand on written testimony in strong support.
Thank you. Members, additional comments from the Hawaii State Public Library System and one other organization. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on HB 1663? No? Okay, we're moving on to HB 1664. This is relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund.
Okay, Department of Budget and Finance in opposition. Okay, Department of Human Resources Development with comments.
DHEART will stand on its written testimony providing comments.
Thank you. HGA in support.
Luis Sebas for HGA, we're in strong support of this measure. I do just wanna note that this current negotiable item lacks a dispute mechanism. We cannot proceed, for HGA, we cannot proceed to interest arbitration over the employee-employer splits for the UTF. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. UPW in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, 2 weeks to 5 on behalf of UPW, and we stand on a written testimony in strong support.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, Office of Collective Bargaining in opposition and 2 other organizations in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, questions for HB 1664? Seeing none, moving on to HB 1859, HD1, relating to workforce development.
First we have DBED in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Thomas Strock from DBED. On behalf of Director James Lokioka and DBED, we stand on a testimony in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Labor and Industrial Relations with comments.
Good morning, Chair Todd, Madam Vice Chair Takenouchi, and members of the committee. I'm Jade Butai, Director of the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. We stand on our testimony appreciating the intent. Workforce development is truly a shared responsibility and a team effort. Each of us play an essential role, and our success depends on all of us working in alignment. At DLIR, we rely on the support, collaboration, and partnership of stakeholders to fulfill our responsibility. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. University of Hawaii in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Christine Bowling, University of Hawaii System Director of Workforce Development. We stand on our testimony in very strong support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Holomua Collaborative in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Perlberg. I work with Holomua Collaborative, a local nonprofit founded to advocate for policies to make sure that Hawaii can stay affordable for all working families, to make sure that they do not have to move to the continent. Every year, Holomua does a survey of local residents to best understand what is affecting the cost of living and the primary driver of affordability in Hawaii. And this year, a survey of 3,200 local residents found the number 2 issue facing affordability in Hawaii is issues relating to wages. The cost of living floor in Hawaii is very high. There's a certain point where we're not going to be able to get past just prices for the cost of living. But unfortunately, the opportunity ceiling is too low, and we need to have more opportunities for folks to achieve the high cost of living that it is that we face in Hawaii. This bill is an opportunity to raise that ceiling that we have that is too low for opportunity. There's a lot of great workforce development efforts that are taking place in the state right now through DLIR, through DBED, the UH system, Hawaii P20, and a variety of nonprofits. Their efforts have really improved over the past decade, and this bill is an opportunity to align them further and make them work even better together. By bringing in the generational commitment and requiring a long-term goal, we can allow the facilitation of alignment between all of the workforce development efforts in the state and make sure that we are working together, not duplicating efforts, and making it so folks can afford to stay in Hawaii. I'm here and available to answer any questions that you may have. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Community Foundation in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Elise Miller with the Hawaii Community Foundation. On behalf of Terry George, we stand on our written testimony and support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Workforce Funders Collaborative in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Stevens. I'm the Executive Director of the Hawaii Workforce Funders Collaborative and the co-convener of the Learn, Work, Thrive Hui, a cross-sector community-driven initiative to promote Hawaii's generational workforce commitment. We stand in support of strong support of our written testimony in support of this bill. And I'd like to expand on a couple of points. This bill matters because workforce challenges are fundamentally tied to our economic development challenges in the state. Recently, UHERO released a report that confirms what our workforce data has shown for years. Even after adjusting for cost of living, Hawaii's wages and purchasing power rank among the weakest in the country. And we simply don't have enough living wage jobs to support the 170,000 young people who will enter our workforce over the next decade. Current projections show that we're on pace to create just over 101,000 living wage jobs over that time period. Addressing this persistent structural challenge will require coordination of three interrelated lines of work. First, ensuring clear pathways to the living wage jobs that we know about today. Two, growing our economy to create more living wage jobs consistent with the kind of recommendations UHERO puts forth. And third, improving job quality. In Hawaii, a quality job is one that allows someone to remain here, to fulfill commitments to family and community, and to maintain physical and mental health. If our economy cannot provide the prospect for those types of jobs, we should not be surprised when people are forced to make the difficult decision to leave. These are complex challenges and they require durable interagency coordination. Most importantly, HB 1859 does not create a new program or mandate new spending. It strengthens coordination and accountability within our existing workforce planning. And I'll make one final observation. When you see the testimony submitted today, you'll see higher education leaders, business leaders, healthcare providers, community advocates, and public agencies all describing this bill through their own lens. A common language and a common narrative for how we untangle this persistent workforce challenge is starting to emerge, and that doesn't happen by accident. It happens when stakeholders align around a shared long-term goal, and alignment improves the effectiveness of investments already being made in workforce development. HB 1859 provides the durable public infrastructure to hold alignment over time, and for these reasons, I respectfully urge your support for this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, that's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, comments from the Department of Human Services, support from the County of Honolulu Office of Economic Revitalization and the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, as well as 12 other organizations. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Great. Members, any questions on this measure, HB 1859? No? Okay. Next, moving on to HB 2116, HD2, relating to grants.
Of the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, Office of Community Services in support.
Chair, Vice Chair Ray Domingo, Executive Director, Office of Community Services. I stand in support submitted testimony in this measure, which will assist vulnerable populations who could potentially lose or have their benefits at risk. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Catholic Charities Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We really thank you for looking at this issue. This is the new federal regulations are gonna make a lot of people very hungry and have no medical care. These situations can be proactively addressed, and we thank you for watching this bill and looking at this bill for that. We feel that nonprofits which would provide grants in this bill are really the way to go because they have the trust of the community. They know how to reach hard to reach communities, members. They're all across the state, and they have the capacity to quickly scale up to offer not only volunteer activities, but to link people to volunteer activities, trainings, and other things they may need, especially civic engagement, which is very hard to do on your own. Often people are not unwilling. They just don't know how. They don't know where to go, and this will really help with that process. We feel this is really important. It's a very practical solution to be proactive, to help people engage in the community so that they can meet the federal requirements. And this would be critical to their health, their safety, and their family stability. So we thank you so much for looking at this bill and offering this opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Community Foundation in support.
ABC NOI standing in for Terry George from Hawaii Community Foundation. We stand on our written testimony and support Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
I'm actually here in person. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Nicole Wu, thank you for hearing this bill, Chair. Like Betty Lou said, this is a very important way to make sure that folks don't fall through the gaps with the much stricter federal rules for Medicaid and SNAP and other programs. So again, thank you for hearing this bill and please pass it.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Chris Coughlin from Hawaii Public Health Institute. As you've already heard, this addresses the adverse impacts of HR 1, which creates a whole bunch of new workforce requirements with regard to SNAP and Medicaid. It will have a tremendous impact on our community. Just to be clear about what some of those impacts are, the new eligibility requirements are conditioned on documenting up to 80 hours per month of work, education, training, or community service for many adults. And of course, if they can't do that, then their coverage would be at risk. The law also raises the age threshold for mandatory work participation to 64. It reduced or eliminated exemptions for vulnerable populations, including immigrants, the houseless population, and shift a lot of new burdens and cost burdens to the states. There's some data coming from the Department of Human Services that is relevant to this with regard to SNAP. According to DHS, for our state SNAP enrollees, this could impact up to 16,000 individuals aged 55 to 64 and 10,000 households with a dependent child aged 14 and older. So we think this is a great idea. Nonprofits have the capacity to provide help. They want to provide help, and this will empower them to provide a lot of assistance to their communities at a time of need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Aloha Care in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, testimony and support from 5 other organizations. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions on HB 2116? Alright. Next, someone's gonna break the ice, we'll figure it out. HB 2271 HD1, making emergency appropriations for public employment cost items.
We have the Department of Budget and Finance in support.
Sabrina Nasser, Deputy Director, we stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Hawaiian Homelands in support. Not present. Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation in support. Not present. Department of Accounting and General Services in support.
Chair, we stand on our written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Housing Authority in support.
HBHA stands on its testimony in support.
Thank you. Office of Youth Services in support.
Office of Youth Services stands on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. UPW in support.
To find out from UPW, we stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, testimony and support from the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity, the Department of Land and Natural Resources, and the University of Hawaii. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? No, okay. HB 2276 HD1, relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund Investment Office staff salaries.
We have UTF in support.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. ATF stands on its written testimony and support.
Thank you. That's all the testimony we received for this measure. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, any questions? No. Moving on to HB 2335 HD1, relating to workforce development.
We have the Department of Transportation in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Tammy Lee, Deputy Director for the DOT. We stand on our written testimony and strong support, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Department of Education with comments. Not present. Department of Human Resources Development with comments.
Be heard to stand on its written testimony, providing comments, and available for any questions.
Thank you. Members, also testimony and support from the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women. That's all the testimony we've received. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
All right. Could the Department of Transportation come out real quick? I feel like someone's got to do something. I don't want to create a culture of silence, you know. I have a very hard-hitting question. I was wondering if you could maybe share a little bit about the strides you guys have been making with your internship program, what that result has looked like, and what this legislation would mean for that program and potentially scaling it up.
Absolutely, thank you, Chair. So last summer, we began our inaugural cohort, summer intern cohort. We onboarded about 114 from student helper twos all the way to intern twos. What we did was we identified projects and mentors for the students to work on. And so for about 6 to 8 weeks, they worked on this their project. It was design projects, construction projects, I think was our 100-year anniversary of Aloha Tower. And it all culminated into an end of the summer presentation for each mode. So admin, airports, harbors, and highways, their interns all went through their internal pitch it to the deputy director, and then it went on to the presentation with the governor, some representatives, as well as senators judging their presentation. Since the summer, we've onboarded, I believe, at least 9 of these interns. What this bill will do is, if an intern has worked for a department for 480 hours or 3 months, then we can open up an internal vacancy announcement and they could compete. They will compete, albeit a smaller pool than the general public, but they do compete for the position. And that allows us and the intern to really have a job lined up for when they graduate. I think in the past, we would have to tell the intern to get on the list with DHERD, and then we would kind of wait for a list. So this just really provides a pathway, I think sooner, so that an intern has the job lined up and the public agency can compete with private and other federal entities on having this intern work for them.
Great, thank you. Members, any questions for the department? Okay, if not, just thank you for all the work you guys are doing in that. I had the pleasure of sitting through those presentations last year and it was remarkable. And I think it's a real creative way to try and approach some of the workforce development issues we have. So I just want to thank you and the director for all the work you guys have been doing. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Oh, we got one. Hey, my bad. Go ahead.
Thanks. For DOT, we're seeing huge gaps, right, for our mechanical engineers and our civil engineers. Is this that pipeline pathway where they work as a student helper, get assigned and shadow the work through a licensed engineer, and then kind of get into our engineer 2, 3, and 4 programs?
Exactly,
Okay.
except right after graduation, I think it's one of the requirements that they start as an engineering training or engineer 1, but that's exactly the type of positions that we are really trying to target. Our purpose really is, especially for those students that are attending mainline colleges, to see that they do have opportunities. It might not just be with public service, but all of the working with consultants on design projects, this kind of like mentorship with our employees as well as the consultant, and also to just kind of get to know, network. I think it's very important.
So when they're getting into the engineering program and they, apply, going to school, get their PE test out, do these hours qualify for them working under a licensed engineer? Because what I've seen is they do it, right? They get their license, but they're struggling to try to find the work underneath a licensed mechanical engineer or civil engineer. Would these hours aggregate to that?
I will get back to you. I have to check with the DCCA on the licensing requirements. I do know that there is that 4-year working under a PE. I don't know if, they start at the engineer 1 that counts. I think so, but I'll get back to you for sure.
I think this would accelerate that, right? Because there's so many hours that they have to accumulate, and if this is already kind of tacked in, that shadowing kind of shortens the time, and then we end up with a civil or a mechanical engineer?
I definitely think it could, if our mentor is a PE, yes.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Anyone else? Alright, good start. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna be moving on to HB 2360 HD1 relating to paid family leave.
Okay, we have the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations in opposition.
Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, Jade Butay for DLAR. We support the goal of establishing paid family leave. We respectfully urge the legislature to allow the actuarial and legal studies to be completed so the program can be implemented sustainably, effectively, and without jeopardizing Hawaii's existing protections. Passing a bill before the study is finished puts the cart before the horse. If the legislation is already in motion, it can unintentionally steer the study's conclusion, turning the process into a self-fulfilling prophecy. We believe that the responsible course is to let the study finish first. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Department of Taxation with comments.
Good morning, DOTAX stands on our written comments.
Thank you. Department of Human Resources Development with comments.
DHERD will stand on its written testimony and provide comments.
Thank you. Maui Chamber of Commerce in opposition.
I'd like to also speak if I may.
Oh, please, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Pamela Tumpah, President of the Maui Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here before you to oppose this bill, and I wanted to add a little bit more to our written testimony. We long, have been supporting taking care of employees' family and medical needs, and businesses have been doing that as long as they've existed, to different degrees, but of course increasing over time. And where this bill falls short, and I agree that we need to have the study first, is it disproportionately impacts small businesses. And all businesses are included in this bill. And we're at a crossroads right now where we're seeing many of our small businesses go under. And you've seen businesses here go under, being impacted by rail, the economy, right? For Maui, it's our recovery efforts. Small businesses are impacted the most, and it's really critical that we look at this. And we're also at a time where, again, we have ranked 49 out of 50 states for the lack of a business-friendly environment and a climate. This is the time where we have to start doing more progressive things, understanding what businesses face, putting forward legislation that helps, and looking at broader solutions, and we feel the study would do that. So we just wanted to share that. It's a very important time. Businesses are working on providing better care to their employees and have been addressing family and medical leave. So for that reason, we ask that you not let this bill move forward. This bill should not be moving forward at this time. We would ask that you do the study first. And we ask that you focus on a business-friendly climate, because if we don't have that, we can't get to the economic diversity, the recovery, and sustain our small businesses the way we need to. And we keep saying we're supporting small businesses, but we need programs that show them we really are. And we feel that this would disproportionately hurt them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Chris Coughlin from the Hawaii Public Health Institute. We are in support of this bill. In a state that prioritizes aloha, no parent should have to choose between bonding with a newborn or paying rent. No worker should have to choose between caring for an ill loved one or their kupuna and keeping their job. And the evidence is clear about family leave. Paid family leave improves maternal and infant health. It reduces premature birth, low birth weight. It lowers hospital readmissions. It supports healthier outcomes for both the parent and the child. It also strengthens economic stability, reduces poverty risk, and increases household income during the most vulnerable periods of a child's life. In Hawaii, the need could not be more urgent. There's a statistic that I learned this year that really crystallized why this program is so important for me. The most overrepresented age group in our homeless population is 0 to 1. The next most overrepresented is 1 to 5. And for me, that should stop us in our tracks. When infants are the face of homelessness in our state, The issue is not just housing, it's economic instability, it's the lack of a strong social safety net, and that's exactly what programs like paid family leave are intended to fix. Paid family leave is not a luxury, it's a public health necessity. It is the infrastructure that allows families to not just survive, but to thrive in the islands. In response very quickly to the Department of Labor, the working group's efforts are essential, but it's our understanding that this bill incorporates many of the working group's concepts and puts them out for public conversation so that they can be given public airtime and public consideration, and so that the working group can gather feedback on that. So we would hope that you would support this measure and move it forward so that those conversations can also move forward this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have ACLU Hawaii in support. Not present. AARP Hawaii in support.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Audrey Suga Nakagawa from AARP, and we stand on our testimony in support. Like what Chris had just said, we truly appreciate the work that the Department of Labor and the legislature and the working group is already doing in terms of doing the actuarial studies that provides more data and that could develop and roll out a very robust program for the state of Hawaii. We just want to point out that, you know, there's over 260,000 family work caregivers who are taking care of loved ones. About 60% are working families. They have either a part-time or a full-time job. And we also do know that about 30% of them are sandwich generation. So they're not only taking care of an older person, but also a children in their household. So having a paid family leave will definitely help support many of our families who are struggling to take care of their loved ones, as well as paying for their household needs and, you know, keeping a roof over their heads. So thank you very much for the opportunity to support this bill.
Thank you. UPW in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, 285 on behalf of UPW, we stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chairs, members of the committee. Again, I'm Nicole Wu from Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks. Thank you very much for hearing this bill. We're a children's organization, we work with parents, so obviously we care about new parents having time to care for their newborns, and also as the sandwich generation to be able to take care of spouses or parents who are ill and not have to give up a paycheck. To address some of the opposition this morning, there have been many studies done. We had an almost 200-page study done nearly 10 years ago. The following session, the legislature decided we needed another study, which was done by LRB in 2019. And then last year, I worked with Vanderbilt University to do an actuarial study, looking at all the other states that have it, and then looking at our population, our age, our genders, our incomes, and looked at how much it costs in other states and how much it would cost here. And we, in all the other states, the program pays for itself. It does not cost the state anything. Payroll deductions are taken into the system, and then the costs for the state are covered by that. In some states, the laws actually say we will come back in 2 years and check and see if it's in balance. And if it's not, we'll adjust. We'll adjust the benefits, we'll adjust the taxes. So, you know, a lot of other states have this, and this is something that you could put into the bill. The Vanderbilt University study last year found that for our state, for the amount of benefits that we were proposing in the bill, which was basically looking at other states and doing what they're doing, would cost 0.7% of payroll here in the state. I looked at my employer, and we use ProService, which is one of the largest HR companies in the state. And we are paying 0.5% of payroll just for TDI. This program would include TDI, so it would take away the cost of TDI from private employers. And they would get so much more benefits for 0.7%. On top of that, the proposal is that employers can split this cost with their employees up to 50%. So employers would be paying 0.35% for a full program while they're already paying 0.5% for TDI. So they would actually save money if they wanted to split the cost with their employees. For small businesses, they are exempt from paying that second half. So they're paying only 0.35%. It literally makes it more affordable for small businesses than large businesses. So I really do hope folks would take a look at the bill and really, understand the numbers, because we don't want to break the state. We want it to work for everyone. So we feel like this study was passed in, the current study everyone's talking about was passed last year, SCR 145. It was due 20 days before the start of this session. It is delayed, and we're working hard, and we thank the Department of Labor for their work on it. But we think we can get started. All of these programs take a couple of years to implement, and so we want to keep this moving. People are struggling to afford to live here, and we've been talking about this for a really long time. So thank you for hearing this bill again, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Grassroots Institute of Hawaii in opposition. Not present. HGA in support.
HGA will stand in support.
Thank you. Do we have Chloe Vieira Villanueva in support? Not present. Leilani Kailiaba in support on Zoom.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
I guess please proceed.
Okay. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Leilani Iliava, and I'm here in strong support of HB 2360. Nearly 10 years ago, on March 7, my infant son was hospitalized in the neonatal intensive care unit at Kapulani Medical Center for Women and Children for long 7 months. I live on Hawaii Island, but my baby was on Oahu. I had to live on another island away from my husband and two older sons, who were 11 and 13 at that time. There was no paid family leave. I made an impossible choice. I quit my job. Families should never have to choose between financial survival and being present for a medically fragile child. Being by my son's bedside was not optimal. It was essential to his healing, his development, and my role as a mother. HB 2360 is about dignity. It's about recognizing that caregiving is not a luxury, it is critical care. Paid family leave would ensure that families can show up for one another in moments of crisis without taking everything. I urge you to please pass this bill, as no family has to make the sacrifice mine did just to care for their child. Put Ohana first. Mahalo for letting me.
Thank you. Joelle Edwards in support on Zoom.
Good morning, Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Thank you so much for hearing this bill again. My name is Joelle Edwards. I'm a resident of Hawaii and a small business owner, and I also serve on the Paid Family and Medical Leave Working Group, bringing the perspective of small businesses. I stand in strong support of this measure, and I'm speaking not in theory, but actually from lived experience. Nearly 20 years ago, my husband became critically ill and was in and out of the ICU for 7 months. At that time, we were living in a state that had paid family and medical leave. That program saved us. It protected our mortgage, our financial stability, and our peace of mind so we all could focus on recovery. As soon as his recovery was stabilized, we moved back to Kauai. Years later, almost 4 years ago, my son and daughter-in-law faced a very different experience. When our grandson was born, he was immediately medevaced over to Oahu for more than 2 months, followed by repeated return appointments. The time away from work and the cost of travel created significant financial strain on them. They ultimately lost their housing here on Kauai, and although they moved in with us, they saw that the reality of needing ongoing medical support for their child and stable employment that could accommodate those needs, that financial pressure became overwhelming, and that combination is what led them all move out of the state. As a small business owner, I see how these pressures ripple outward. Families leave, and as employers, we lose good workers. Our communities are growing smaller. Paid family and medical leave is not abstract policy, it is stability. It's about keeping Ohana together and keeping our families in Hawaii. I urge you to support this measure and mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Christine Andrews in support on Zoom. Not present. Okay, that's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, additional comments from Department of Budget and Finance, as well as the County of Honolulu Budget and Fiscal Services. Support from the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, the Office of Wellness and Resilience, 13 organizations and 47 individuals, plus 2 other organizations with comments and 3 organizations opposed. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Please come forward and just state your name and size for the record.
Sarah Melianto-Laffin on behalf of HSTA. So thank you again for hearing this bill, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The advocates in the room really know this condition well. My job as your teacher lobbyist is I come to bring the stories of your educators from across the strait to this body. So when I thought about, we've worked on paid family leave for years. We know it's something that needs to happen. We know right now the system we have is broken, especially for teachers. When I thought about the story that I could bring to you today, I decided to tell a personal story about one that's close to home. 6th grade teacher Kelly Kamanaana works at Holomula Elementary in Eva Beach. She's an incredible teacher. I've worked with her very many years. On February 11th, she got the news that no parent should get, that her son had been having headaches, little Rexton, who's here in the front, and took him to the ER, just thought it was a headache. Days later, figured out that it's a really aggressive brain tumor. So what happens for teachers if you don't have days, you have to basically, other teachers work together to donate days to that person so they could be with their family. It's a ridiculous system. The state's broken paid family leave system, especially for educators, means that teacher altruism is what's paying for it. I myself had a C-section on December 15th, and I thought it was so important to be with y'all at this body that I came back after 4 weeks, which was not even recommended by my doctor, and also didn't have days anyway. So I don't have days to give her, but all of us, all of the teachers who love her are trying to gather these days together to do that. So this system, I agree, the study is super important, but Kelly should not be worrying about her job, should not be worrying about anything but sitting down the street with her baby by his bed. And we have to fix this system, and we have to fix it now. And there are beautiful brains in this room who know how to do it. You have the ability moving forward. Please support this legislation, and please just understand the lived experiences of the people in our community. When we don't have a system that works, like, real families hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Please come forward. Yeah. And just again, state your name and position for the record before you begin.
Aloha, my name is Mai Hall. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm speaking here today as a parent advocate representing Hawaii Children's Action Network. As you heard Nicole say, there have been many, many studies already done, many actuarials. You've got the data, you've got reports, you've got studies. I'm not here to talk about that because that's like way over my head as a parent. What I'm here to tell you today is a story that happened like my other parent advocates here in this room. Some years ago, my husband was training as an active duty service member serving his country. He was away, and I was home alone with my children for 8 months. I got sick. I had to take temporary disability insurance, TDI, with my job. I was fully employed. We were renting a beautiful apartment in Nuuanu. We were a happy family as can be. But then I got sick. I had to spend many weeks in the hospital, which prompted my mother to come live with me to take care of my children. At that time, she also was fully employed and had to take FMLA. FMLA, as we know, still saves your job, but it does not pay you. And what family in Hawaii has 3 months worth of wages to take off for an unpaid FMLA job? My mother had to go to the bank to take a loan to pay for her rent, to take care of my kids, so I could get better. In this day and age, many, many parents also suffer these types of health effects. You'll never know when you have a health emergency in your family, and paid family and medical leave would cover the costs so we can pay our rent, we can pay our bills, and we can afford to take care of our families. We cannot wait another year. This bill has been up for at least a decade, as far as I know. We cannot wait more years and more years go by as families suffer in Hawaii. I request that this bill move forward, that you look at the studies already done, and that you listen to the parent voices of the residents in Hawaii who are still trying to live and survive in Hawaii, but we need your help to do so. I urge you to pass paid family medical leave. Mahalo.
Thank you. One more testifier. Oh.
The Chamber of Commerce Hawaii stands on its written testimony, appreciative of the measure's intent, comments with concerns.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Prusa?
Yeah, so for DLIR, where's Jade? Thank you for being here today. So I just have a question about your testimony. In your testimony, you said that you had hired a consultant to prepare the RFP. So does that mean that the RFP for this actuarial study has not even been issued?
Yeah, that's correct. The person is gonna be writing the RFP. He'll be the one writing the RFP. And hopefully before the start of the next session, we'll have the report.
Okay, and then my second question, if I may, Chair, is just to follow up on what the folks from HCAN said about the actuarial study that was conducted or completed already in this time period by Vanderbilt University. And I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at that study, and if so, why we would not be able to use that in place of the one that is meant to be contracted.
Well, we're ultimately be the one responsible for the success or the failure of this program. And from past experience with mainland consultants on Hawaii program, I mean, for example, it's the rail where originally it was 3.5 billion, but now it's about 12 billion. So these studies have they don't have a established pattern of accurate or dependable analysis. And from our perspective, we cannot afford to see things in rose-colored glasses because basically passing the legislation, I think that's gonna be the easiest part. It's gonna be the implementation that is gonna be the most challenging because basically, we're creating a division that is bigger than some departments like DHERD or BNF or from employee numbers.
Right, I mean, we've
And-
spoken about this at length before, and I appreciate your position and your analysis of the complexity. But I guess my question is, so are you saying that you are only issuing this RFP for consultants who are not from the continent? Because your concern with the Vanderbilt study seems to be that it isn't a local consultant.
Well, like I said, I think there should be something that is that's comprehensive. There's been studies that were done in the past where they didn't even talk to the DLIR who's supposed to implement the program, and they're using mainland data, and I don't think that's that's useful for us.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Rav Kush?
Thank you, Chair. For DLIR, looking at these implementation costs in this range, if this is gonna, excuse me, if this is already gonna kind of replace and kind of overlay TDI, as I understand one of the testifiers, and if you think about the FLA, the Family Leave Administrative Act, or whatever it's called, that's a federal program that you folks administer, correct?
Yes.
If you think about those overlays, and this is maybe just an expansion of TDI, or maybe we could call it TDI plus if we didn't call it family leave. What would be the ramp up if you already have the staffing and infrastructure to run those TDI programs, and now you're adding like an additional component to it? The audit concerns, the paperwork, imagine a lot of this would be online. Like I remember the FLA used to be very cumbersome, and then it moved to online. So I'm just wondering what would spool up these costs. Looking at our state compared to these three you have on here, we have a range between, if you compare it to the size of our state, compared to those, and I know there's more to it than that. These are just rough numbers. It's like 7 million to 20 million in ramp up costs. These are much larger states as population is wise. So I'm just wondering why would it range so high? What would $80 million buy us if we're just having an expansion of an existing program?
Rep, I have my subject matter expert. She's Joanne Bidenhar. She's our administrator of our disability compensation division.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. And when we talk about temporary disability actually does not pay out claims. And so our temporary disability section is consists of 4 employees. And those 4 employees process temporary disability claims that the private carriers do the claim adjustment on. And so this is a new program because we would not, with temporary disability, pay out the claims. That's what the private carriers do. And so if you're looking at replacing temporary disability with paid family leave, then that's a different subject that we have to talk about is with those private carriers, what happens with those private carriers and how we transition off of temporary disability into paid family leave. But besides that, looking at the composition of a position for paid family leave, best guesstimates that we can do without having this full actuarial study is to look at our unemployment insurance division. And our unemployment insurance division, if we look at LBR 171, under the appropriated fund under the budget, we look at their structure as based on that 120 employees. So based on the 120 employees, the breakdown of your 80 million is a startup cost. So we have the staffing, but we also have the IT. So our temporary disability, because we do not have a program designed that pays out claims, we'd have to have a brand new program put into place. So I look at the unemployment program and look at what the legislators approved for UI. And so the UI program funding was 46.8 million. And then an additional 11 million that came from the federal government. Well, we don't have a federal, it wouldn't be federally funded. So I'm looking at the 57.8 million as a startup for a program to design. And we know with the unemployment insurance, the design of that has taken us a couple of years. And so looking at 57.8, so almost 60 million, and that's just on a rough estimate.
Sure.
That doesn't include any of the maintenance of the program itself. And then the additional 22 million is to get the staffing. That cost for the startup does not include any of facilities because we don't have facilities to house this. That's getting a little bit down into the weeds. That's why we have an actuarial coming in for this analysis. And it is based on Hawaii data. That's what is important for this actuarial analysis. Some of these studies, we appreciate the studies and we will utilize all of these studies and share it with the consultant so they can see the groundwork that has already been put into place. But it's a twofold, and on the second fold of our actual analysis is a legal review. Hawaii is very unique with our prepaid health care. We have an ERISA exemption, and the ERISA exemption says that we cannot, or because of the ERISA exemption, we cannot mandate that an employer has to do additional, provide additional benefits for the employees. So how the bill is drafted, it says that if an employee is on paid family leave, then the employer will provide the health care throughout the time that the individual is on leave. Well, that conflicts with our prepaid health care law. Our prepaid health care law has a 3-month cap. And so if we're going past that 3-month cap, that's the legal analysis. If there is not a conflict with the law, with the interplay of federal and state laws under the Code of Federal Regulations, then we don't have a problem there. But we don't have that answer. And so we need an expert, an ERISA expert, to do that legal review. And so it's twofold here. It's not just moving a program forward, looking at an analysis as to how many staffing we need and what that proper benchmark is. But if this bill is written kind of similar to TDI. But TDI, there's a lot of differences between what is provided by TDI and prepaid. I hope that answers your questions.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So I have two follow-ups. That was really great. I appreciate that. I'm not a subject matter specialist in this area, although I've had 3 daughters, so that, I have that experience. So my follow-up questions are, could it be handled by an insurance carrier, an expansion of those TDI insurance carriers? And if there was, whether it's this bill or a future bill, could it be handled by that, or does it have to be something that is managed by the state, far as the payments to manage the medical care for 90 days and a lot of those details that you spoke of?
Great question.
To kind of like scale back the state's involvement, provide that business is already being handled by private folks who have all the systems in place, and it's as an expansion.
Yes, absolutely. That is part of the actuarial analysis to see what is the state, and not just, we don't want to say, because we do support the goal of paid family leave. And so if it's not beneficial or affordable for the state, should it be run by a private? Previous bills,
Yeah,
yes.
Connecticut has, they outsource it, but it costs way more.
So that's where you have to find that balance, because we do have, when we first started this many years ago, that was one of the options, and there were several bills that came through that private carriers would run this program. And then there was a hybrid. And so this is what we ended up with, because of the cost may be a little bit more, but that's what we want the actual analysis to, which we don't find in any of the other reports, to make that determination of what is best for Hawaii itself. Is it private? Is it with, like you said, a time frame of the 90 days, or is it that it's state run? We do have some challenges having it state run. We do have some insurance carriers that came to us several years ago that said we could run up a program. We can start one up. We were excited about that, but that bill did not pass. So this is where we're at today.
Okay,
But thank you for that.
I yield, Chair. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate the details.
anyone on this side? Any questions?
For DLR.
Hartsfield and then Rep. Lee.
DLR, sorry. Thank you. Okay, and this might be an unfair question, but
Oh, I
I
like those. Go for
appreciate.
it. Go ahead, go hard.
Oh, yeah.
So if this bill were passed and the actual study is done a year from now, according how the bill is written, you have until January 1st of 2029 to establish and administer a family medical leave insurance program and to begin collecting contributions. So assuming the bill were to pass, you get the study done, what more would your department need so that this could be a successful program?
Yeah, well, I think that would be trying to force a round peg on a square hole, because then you're already predetermined. I mean, so what's the point of even doing the study? That's why we're saying let's complete the study, so that we don't wanna unintentionally skew it to how we want the conclusion.
Okay, given the question I asked, that's a fair answer. So I wanna piggyback on what Rep. Caruso had asked. There are several studies already available. And why hasn't the department considered any of those studies before deciding that it has to be an actuarial with these specific parameters?
Well, there were two studies that were done before before the Vanderbilt. There were the women's study and the concern was that they didn't use Hawaii data. And then on top of that, I mean, they didn't go talk to the people who would have to make this thing work. I mean, it doesn't make any sense where you say you're responsible for this, but you don't have any say on how is that gonna be improved. They didn't talk to the department when they did the study.
Okay, so what are the parameters of this RFP then, that will make it acceptable, to the department?
I think I will also add to what the director has said, is that besides it being a general understanding of Hawaii, it's not getting into the specifics of what our minimum wage is, what our cost of living is, the medical expenses that we have here. But what we'd be looking at is, for a successful program, what the actuarial will be looking at is really what is a feasible premium contributions. And in addition to the contributions, what the actual program expenses are. If we go with the bill as written now, it's a little bit different than, well, it actually it's not, it doesn't have all of the areas that we'd like to have assessed. And so with that, we're missing some of the areas that we think are important.
Okay, could you just share what some of those areas?
Yeah. So we have a trust fund that has to be set up. And so what is the reserve funds that would be needed? And so we have an understanding of there's a startup cost, but we also know that by a certain date, we have to pay out claims. And that trust fund looks a little bit different without understanding what Hawaii's specific needs are, to know how much that trust fund. So it really is establishing a foundation. And when we pass these measures, I have a target that keeps on moving. So we've already set a draft of an RFP that our consultant is helping us to massage and to formalize, so that the consultant can look at this bigger picture. But if we continue to allow the measure to move forward, I don't know what the changes are gonna be. And so if I have any changes in the premium contribution rates, the time frame of what's gonna get paid out, what the startup money is gonna be, all of that is under the qualifications and amounts needed for this program. And then besides that, it's reviewing what the performance is of other states. There are very many lessons learned that we have on our own gone out to other states and found out what these lessons are. Because we have states, and you can read, which they have reports, their annual reports that they give to their bodies of areas that are deficient. And so if we're gonna run a program here in Hawaii, a brand new program, we want it to be successful. And we can't come and ask for 80 million for a startup of just a portion when we don't know what the actual startup is. And the quote that is given at that 0.7%, and that would reduce TDI, we don't know if in the best interest, TDI should be part of the program or it should not be. And so those are the types of things that we really wanna look at. Program implementation, which timelines, the claim process, appeal process, the benefit distribution, and what is available for us for this IT development. Those are some of the areas.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Thank you for your efforts. I just wanna state that should this bill not pass, you know, we have eyes on you and
Absolutely.
you know, we want this to happen. I'm sure your department wants this to happen as well. So please work as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Additional questions on this end?
Oh, sure.
Go ahead.
No, thank you, and thank you for bringing up the lesson from other states. I know during the summer, you know, we talked about, and I would encourage my colleagues to look at Colorado and Washington, who did not have actuarial studies done. Colorado may not have paid family leaves. You know, we need to make sure that we manage it correctly. And by saying that, I do wanna pass this out, I do wanna do the right thing. But I guess related to Representative Hartsfield's question, how long would it take for the IT modernization, the hiring, and more so, you know, setting up a department that may have to take in tens of thousands of claims annually? How long would that take if we passed it today?
That's a question that we don't have an answer for, how long it would take. And that's part of what the actuarial analysis will help us with, because we need to look at Hawaii labor market. I can't look at, and that's what, you know, when we put in our testimony, we always put in Washington, Colorado, and Oregon. They're really good states for us to follow what they're doing. But they have a different labor market than we do in Hawaii. It was brought up before about our high population of small businesses, but we also have large kupuna here. And so our program would be utilized a little bit different, because it may be more usage of paid family leave because of our kupuna population. But with that said, having these three states, and they start up with a startup cost, but then they have a deficiency, and then they gotta come back for more money. That's not something that we want to be able to do. We wanna be able to say from the beginning what the actual cost of a program is.
And I'm not always the smartest person in the room, and I know that. But I'm just wondering, to make it black or white, if you, based on what you're saying about the actuarial study, can DLIR set up an effective system and paid family leave system without the actuarial study being done to define the parameters?
That part, we could, to have a most successful program, I'm not gonna say we can't, but I can't without that legal analysis. And that legal analysis has to be done. And I think I'm just gonna go back to, that's why the Senate conclusion resolution was passed. Because it is understood that it's a twofold. It's the legal part of it, and then it's what is the actuarial analysis. I could give you some real rough numbers, but is that really gonna help us to give you these rough numbers when I can't back up how I'm coming up with those numbers?
One more quick question. Do we have and maybe it's a very rough estimate then, right? Of how many people would be impacted by paid family leave and how much would take advantage of it in the state?
We don't, because we look at the studies and we look at our estimates, and they are just so all over the place.
And the actuarial study would help.
Yes. And that's the lessons that we are finding, the lessons learned from the other states that didn't do their actuarial study. That's why their programs are having some significant challenges. And that's not what we want. We wanna start a new program that would be successful. We are supporting the goal of a paid family leave in Hawaii.
No, I know that, and we've been working on that, but that's all, thank you.
We have Rep. Takenouchi, and then we'll go Peruso and Kush.
So a quick clarifying question about all this conversation around the past actuarial studies versus the one you're doing. So the department's stance is the ones recently done were not based on Hawaii data, correct? That's the general sense of why you guys wanna finish the one you guys are gonna RFP out.
There's been no validation that it has been on Hawaii data, but there's also some areas that we're not sure if it was taken into consideration.
And then, sorry, the part about the legal analysis for ERISA, is that the first time this is being done in one of these actuarial studies?
The legal analysis is the first time a legal analysis has been done on our prepaid exemption, ERISA exemption. There is no court cases, and so that's what makes this so challenging.
that's actually very concerning to me. Because John, you and I have talked in depth about ERISA. Thank you for all your background to help me understand some of the pitfalls that might be around that. And so as a quick follow up to that part then, so when you guys flag this as the ERISA issue, is this, so has the department's attorney general weighed in or given any kind of indication if they think we're really gonna be potentially running afoul with the ERISA exemption, or what's because they don't, like, Attorney General didn't provide us anything today. I looked back as long as I've been a member, which hasn't been that long, but they don't weigh in on this bill.
So we have had conversations over the years with them, yes, we meet with them as well as we have met with two legal experts that have some knowledge of ERISA. But those legal experts do not have knowledge of Hawaii prepaid law. And so that's what we're out there trying to find, this individual that can understand Hawaii's law. So that's where the interplay with the CRF is, the interplay between the state and the federal laws. And so with our AGs, we've met with them, I mean, this goes back a decade, that we've met with them, and there is a risk. There's always a risk with this, and that's why we want to hire out this legal consultant that will be able to give the state of Hawaii, and the AGs are involved in this procurement process to review the applications that come in for this RFP, because it is a legal analysis. It's a legal opinion for the state to stand on.
Okay, no, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Great, Rep. Russo.
Vice Chair, ask my question, so. Yeah.
Rep. Kush.
Thank you, Chair. Understanding that there's a baseline startup cost to this, to spool up, is there any value in scaling the operation? It sounds like, listening to this testimony now, it sounds like there's a big unknown as to kind of the limits, and other states have kind of blown out or blown through what they expected. And is there any value in scaling to, like, I remember FMLA has different categories, like if you're a veteran, or if it's kapuna care, if it's childbirth, long-term sickness, they have different categories. Is there any value in limiting your known claims, like by starting off with newborns, paid family leave for just newborns? And you could probably have a pretty strong target of how many newborns there are each year within the state. And then scale up, and say in 12 months or 18 months after that we go to this. Is there any value in that?
Thank you for that question. That's where we started. We started with how can we look at who would qualify, the qualifying members, because we do think that this is a big scale. If we could downsize that and make it where it's more manageable, as well as have the option if it's the state or if it's, so we put everything in the basket for this over the years, but this is what always comes out. And so is there value? As a subject matter expert, I tell you, yes, there is, but that's not what's in front of us. It continues to come out that this is what is requested.
A global solution.
Yes.
From kapuna to newborns. Okay, got it. Thank you, Chair.
Any final questions? All right, thank you very much. We're gonna be moving on to HB 2387, HD1, relating to workers' compensation medical benefits.
First we have Department of Labor and Industrial Relations in support.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. We stand on our testimonies.
Okay, nobody else indicating that they would be joining us, but testimony in support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, 2 organizations and 1 individual. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions? Oh, we have someone on Zoom.
Someone on Zoom. Please just state your name for the committee and proceed.
Hi, my name's Orion Godfrey.
Oh, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding this measure before you today. My name is Orion Godfrey, and I'm a full-time firefighter in Arizona since January of 2008. And over the last several years, I've been able to take on other roles that help directly address the occupational cancer issue that the fire service faces. One of those roles is a governor's appointment to the Industrial Commission of Arizona, which is similar in responsibilities to your DLIR. In this role, we're charged with, among many other tasks, the claims division, which helps supervise and process Arizona's presumptive legislation and firefighter cancer claims. As a member of the commission, I get to see the legal side of the struggle that firefighters face during their battle with cancer. And as a commissioner, one of the challenges that we've faced over the years was legislative language that left unclear the intent of our state's cancer presumptive law. It's taken decades to achieve a version of our bill that firefighters and the public can get behind. I acknowledge the efforts today by this body to address this issue proactively. It is not just an issue that affects firefighters. Occupational cancer in the fire service is a problem that impacts every man, woman, and child in Hawaii. The readiness of our firefighters and their ability to respond to an emergency is directly dependent on a healthy workforce. Firefighting itself as an occupation is one of the few occupations that's categorized by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, which is the gold standard of cancer research, as a group 1 carcinogen. So that's the highest level. It is a known carcinogen, just having the job of a firefighter. Logic tells us that the best way to avoid toxic exposures are to avoid the substance altogether. But as long as firefighters are willing to risk everything, and we are, to save a savable life, we'll be exposed to and feel the effects of the hundreds of carcinogens that we come into contact with during every fire. The facts of our situation are grim. We have a 9% higher chance of a cancer diagnosis than the general public does. And once we have a diagnosis, we have a 15% higher mortality rate. In addition, these statistics are concerning because the general public's numbers are taken across the average lifespan of a man or woman, whereas the firefighter numbers are taken from a generally more healthy work population and only a 20 to 30 year career. So additionally, these types of cancers that firefighters are facing are more and more rare and are found in younger firefighters every year. So additionally, my duties are with the professional firefighters of Arizona. And one of the things that I do is supply support to over the 9,000 firefighters that are in the PFFA when they come in contact with cancer. And what I normally face is firefighters fighting for their rights instead of for their health. And I applaud the efforts made by this. And I believe that legislation like this will allow firefighters in Hawaii to focus on their health instead of fighting for their rights.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom wishing to testify?
All right, members, any questions on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 2472 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund staff salaries.
Members, nobody indicating they would be joining us, but testimony in support from the EUTF Board of Trustees and 2 organizations. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, we're gonna move straight on to HB 1805 HD1 relating to child welfare.
Okay, first we have the Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tiffany Chang, Deputy Attorney General. We did submit written comments. We have some concerns about the statutory construction of the bill at HD1. Our suggestion is to make these a completely independent agency under the legislation, the same way that the Ombudsman, the Auditor, and the Legislative Bureau is. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. University of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Farah Marie Gomes, Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with the University of Hawaii System. We have provided written comments for HB 1805 HD1. And we'd like to also express our support for the legislature's goal of strengthening child welfare oversight. We're here to answer any questions. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us. Members, also please note comments from the Office of the Ombudsman, support from the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission, support from one organization and 3 individuals as opposition from 1 individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Alright, members, any questions on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 2469 HD1 relating to a regular session review working group.
Members, nobody indicating they would be joining us, but please note comments from the State Procurement Office, Legislative Reference Bureau, and Office of Information Practices. Testimony and support from 1 organization and 1 individual opposing. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify on this measure? Anybody on Zoom?
Alright, we're gonna move straight on to HB 1815 HD1 relating to the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts.
We have the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everybody who indicated that they would be joining us today. Also testimony from 2 organizations and 5 individuals all in support. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, again, as no one's present, we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda, HB 1860 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra.
Okay, if the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts joined us on Zoom, they're in support. Present. And the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Dane Lamb. I'm the Music and Artistic Director of the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra. It's been a very long hearing, so I'll keep this very brief. But I don't need to go into the cultural benefits, the educational benefits, mental health benefits of having a symphony orchestra in the community. But I do want to just touch briefly on the benefits to the economy. Hawaii Symphony Orchestra is the largest performing arts employer in the state with over 100 employees every year. Many other states have supported their symphony orchestras, New Jersey, Utah, North Carolina, Florida, to name a few. And in fact, the Pittsburgh Symphony commissioned a study very recently on the economic benefits of having an orchestra in the community, which demonstrated a 4-fold return for every $1 invested in the orchestra. So the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra reaches over 40,000 direct audience members a year who come to our concerts, who pay for tickets, who go and park, go out for restaurants, go to the bar, not to mention our 85 musicians who live in the state, many of whom would not live in the state, teach our children, pay into the economy if it weren't for the Hawaii Symphony. So I thank you very much for hearing this bill and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is everybody indicating they would be joining us today. Also support from 5 organizations and 24 individuals, as well as 2 individuals in opposition. Is anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Randy Wong, President and CEO of Hawaii Youth Symphony. And on behalf of all the kids, we're in strong support of the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra.
Thank you. Yes, we have your testimony. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Great, thank you. Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 2117 HD1 relating to the arts.
We have the Department of Education in support. Not present. DBED in support.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Arthur Buto. I'm here for Mary Alice Evans, the Director of the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. We stand in support of this bill. Available for questions.
Thank you. State Foundation on Culture and the Arts in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Hawaii Symphony Orchestra in support.
Dan Lamb, Hawaii Symphony Orchestra, and we stand on our written testimony.
Thank you. Hawaii Youth Symphony in support.
Yep, Randy Wong, very much in support. I also just wanted to mention that the testimony that was received from the DOE and from charter schools and from independent schools and all these arts organizations coming together really helps us to really think about how important arts equitable access is for kids all across the state. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, additional testimony in support from 6 organizations and 22 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Oh, please.
Yeah, aloha Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. Rick Manayan on behalf of DBED. We stand in support of our written testimony of this measure.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 2118, HD1, relating to the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism.
First we have the Department of Accounting and General Services in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, we stand our written testimony in support of this measure.
Thank you. And State Foundation on Culture and the Arts in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Okay, not present. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us. Also comments from DBED and support from 2 individuals. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 2437, HD1, relating to arts education.
Department of Education in support. Not present. State Foundation on Culture and the Arts in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Community Foundation in support.
Hawaii Community Foundation and we stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Members, also please note additional testimony in support from 4 organizations and 10 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody?
Randy Wong from the Hawaii Pacific, just also wanted to support Tom.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions? Seeing none, HB 2438, HD2, relating to the Hawaii Cultural Trust.
Okay, I have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Tax stands on its written comments.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We think this credit works in a very weird way. We have detailed comments in our testimony. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. State Foundation on Culture and the Arts in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Okay, members, please also note comments from DBED and the County of Honolulu Department of Customer Services, support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 2 other organizations and 3 individuals. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Alright, moving on to HB 2604, HD1, relating to performing arts.
Department of Taxation with comments.
Tax stands on its written comments.
Thank you. State Foundation on Culture and the Arts in support on Zoom. Still not present. Thank you. We have Rick Bartolini presents in opposition on Zoom. Not present. And Tom Yamachika, Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for Tax Foundation. We do note that selling performing arts tickets is already subject to GE tax, and we are just kind of wondering what the justification is for imposing a differential, something that other industries would not pay. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That's everyone indicating they'd be joining us. Members, also testimony in support from 2 organizations and 3 individuals, as well as 1 organization and 2 individuals opposing. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Alright, we have 2 more items on our agenda. We have HB 1590, HD2, relating to vacation rentals.
Okay, Department of Taxation with comments.
Tax stands on its written comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Office of Hawaiian Affairs in support on Zoom. Not present. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We will stand on written comments.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Mid and Short Term Rental Alliance with comments on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Miller on behalf of the Hawaii Mid and Short-Term Rental Alliance. HIMAS appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on HB 1590 HD2 and supports the bill's efforts to modernize tax administration and clarify hosting platform tax collection responsibilities. These provisions represent constructive steps that can improve compliance and administrative consistency across the marketplace. As the committee considers implementation of Part 1 related to screenshot evidence, we would like to briefly share one practical example regarding this today. Approximately 10 days ago, a host living locally on Oahu received a notice of violation that included a screenshot showing only a small portion of her listing. The image did not reflect the full context of her rules, despite her operating lawfully and in good faith, and she was required to engage in violation response process to demonstrate compliance. This is particularly meaningful given that county enforcement penalties can reach up to $10,000 per day. HIMAS understands the intent behind allowing screenshots as an enforcement tool. Our request is simply that screenshots function as a part of an investigative process rather than a standalone determination. HIMAS has proposed clarifying guardrails related to source verification, completeness, and corroboration with specific language included in our written testimony for the committee's consideration. Our goal is to support clear and consistent standards that promote accuracy, fairness, and confidence in implementation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I do have that language if you would like to hear it orally as well.
Thank you. We have, sorry, members, I lost my place. Oh, that's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Please also note testimony in support from DBED, comments from the Hawaii Tourism Authority, as well as 2 organizations, and opposition from 1 organization and 2 individuals. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move to HB 2156, HD1 relating to taxation.
First we have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Joe Tax Standards, written comments.
Thank you. And Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Tax Foundation sends written comments.
Thank you. Members, also 2 individuals with testimony in support. That's all the written testimony we received. Anybody in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions on HB 2156? If not, we're moving to the last item on our agenda. Before we get started, I just want to assure the Film Alliance and the film community that this is not the last item we will hear. So don't be scared. We will get plenty. We got more coming next week. Don't want to sound the alarm. Only one on the agenda. Okay. HB 2268 HD1 relating to film production.
We have the Office of the Governor in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angie Chapman, Governor's Office, here on behalf of Will Kane, Senior Advisor. The Office of the Governor stands on its written testimony of support.
Thank you. We have the Kapolei Chamber of Commerce. Oh, no, unless they're here, but they did not indicate they would be. We have the Hawaii Film Alliance in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, mahalo for allowing us to testify. We stand on our written testimony and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. SAG-AFTRA Hawaii Local in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. And CARES in support on Zoom.
Not present.
Not present. Okay, members, that's all the people indicating they'd be joining us. Please also note support from DBED and HTA, as well as 1 organization and 3 individuals, 1 individual in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ali Valderrama, Local 996, Michelle.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions on this measure? All right, if not, we're gonna recess briefly so that members can join us to complete the vote. Recess and reconvene in near future. Recess. Aloha, we are reconvening for the purposes of decision making on our 10 a.m. agenda. First item on our agenda is HB 1183, HD2. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward amended as an HD3, including some necessary technical amendments. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Members voting on HB 1183 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments, Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Carsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Representative Kealakekua Loi.
Aye.
Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Caruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Gideon.
Aye.
And Representative Reyes-Soda.
Aye.
Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next item is HB 1656, HD1, relating to indebtedness to the state. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none.
Members voting on HB 1656 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the presence of all committee members who will be noted as present for the rest of the votes on this agenda unless otherwise announced. Are there any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
On HB 1658, HD1, relating to collective bargaining, the chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 1658 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1661, HD1, relating to cafeteria plans, chair's recommendation is to move forward as is. Any questions or comments? No, go ahead.
HB 1661 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
For HB 1663, HD1, relating to reimbursement of public officers and employees, the chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2 with a technical amendment. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1663 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. On HB 1664 HD1, relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund, Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 1664 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
HB 1859 HD1, relating to workforce development, the chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1859 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. On HB 2116 HD2, relating to grants, the chair's recommendation will be to be moving this forward as is. I think we may have a question or two or a comment or two. Okay, Rep. Gideon?
I'll be voting yes, with comment, just a request that there's an amendment that at least one member of the minority caucus be included on the special legislative evaluation and selection committee. But I'm voting yes.
Okay, and Russo, do you have anything?
So I share the concerns of the League of Women Voters, so I'll be voting with reservations.
Okay, anyone else on this measure? Okay, seeing nothing else, I will note in the committee report, the concerns of the minority. I would also note,
I need to put WR.
Oh, WR, okay, yeah, we'll just note those note those concerns in the committee report as well as some of the concerns raised by the League of Women Voters. Okay. Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 2116 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations from Reps. Caruso and Gideon. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2271 HD1. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2 because there was an additional number that's been kind of forwarded in a GM. And this will just reflect that last number that is not included in the current draft. Do we have any questions on this measure? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2271 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2276 HD1. relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund Investment Office staff salaries. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none?
HB 2276 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2335 HD1 relating to workforce development. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Okay, nothing? Go ahead.
HB 2335 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
The next item on our agenda is HB 2360 HD1 related to paid family leave. We do have some amendments that we will be suggesting for an HD2. On page 16, we just want to blank the employee counts. It's currently listed as 30. What we would do is blank that count and we would insert language into the committee report requesting some analysis from the administration and advocates on kind of right sizing who we would subject this new language to, whether it's 30 or 50 or 20. Anything would be helpful so that it doesn't feel as arbitrary. And then maybe potentially also the prospect of an implementation of some sort of credit or subsidy for small businesses who would be not mandated to follow, but who would potentially opt in. So I think that would be good going forward as we continue to flesh some of this stuff out. Members, do we have any questions or comments on this measure? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, to my colleagues, thank you for such excellent questions and the responses from DLIR. I think my largest heartburn right now is the conflicts and the gap, especially with that ERISA piece. Absolutely need to tailor this, but I really want some answers and will be open with reservations on this.
Thank you.
That's it, comments.
Mhm.
And thank you everybody for the testimony there. I came into this bill with a lot of concerns. Many of them were put to rest by the testimony, so especially HCAN, they gave great. DLIR did bring up some very crucial questions that I have as well, so I'll be voting WR.
Thank you. Rep. Russo?
I share my colleagues' reservations, so I'll be voting with reservations.
Reservations? Anyone else? Rep. Hartsfield and then Rep. Miyake.
I share similar concerns as well, so I also will be voting with reservations.
Okay. Rep. Miyake?
Thank you, Chair. I will be also voting with reservations just based off of DLIR's testimony, and my concerns are with the ERISA legal analysis.
Sure. Rep. Lee?
Same, reservations.
Okay, anyone else?
Reservations.
Rep. Alford? Okay, go ahead.
Members voting on HB 2360 HD1, recommendation is to pass with amendments, noting reservations for Reps. Hartsfield, Keokapuli Loy, Lee, Miyake, Peruso, Alcos, and Gideon. Any other reservations? Rep. Reyes Oda, any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Alright, thank you very much. Next, we have HB 2387 HD1 relating to workers' compensation medical benefits. I believe there was a technical thing that was brought up earlier, but I believe it was addressed in a prior draft, so I think we're okay. So the chair's recommendation would be to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, go ahead.
HB 2387 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2472 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Employer Union Health Benefits Trust Fund staff salaries. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none?
HB 2472 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. On HB 1805 HD1 relating to child welfare, the chair's recommendation will be to move this forward as is. I think we may have a question or two, Rep. Hartsfield.
I have a comment, Chair,
Sure.
thank you. I was hoping that the Department of Attorney General would have been present so I could ask a question, but they were not. Initially, I was going to vote no, however, I'm gonna vote with reservations for the following reasons. The testimony in opposition as well as the testimony provided by the Department of the Attorney General, excuse me, is consistent in that it does not recommend that the Office of Child Advocate be within an existing or an attached state agency, and that a new chapter instead should be created. And so and also the Department of Human Services, which is what child welfare is under, did not provide testimony. So I'm hoping that as this bill moves forward, we will get more testimony and discussion so that this bill can be better fleshed out. So I'll be voting with reservations instead. Thank you, Chair.
Members, anything additional? Seeing none?
HB 1805 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Representative Hartsfield. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you very much. We have HB 2469 HD1 relating to a regular session review working group. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
HB 2469 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
We now move on to the culture and arts measures. HB 1815 HD1 relating to the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts. The Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
Voting on HB 1815 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next, we have HB 1860 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Symphony Orchestra. Chair's recommendation would be to move this forward as an HD2, blanking out the appropriation and making a minor, relatively non-substantive correction in the preamble. That's sufficient? Yeah. Any necessary technical amendments also? Members, any questions for this measure? Not, Vice Chair?
HB 1860 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2117 HD1 relating to the arts. The Chair's recommendation would be to move this forward amended as an HD2, inserting some clarifying language, just to ensure that it's not misperceived that potential board members are required to actually participate, and that this would not be a mandate that they, pick you out of a pool, you have to kind of a thing, but they would be requested. It's a polite thing. Members, any questions on this measure? If not, Vice Chair.
HB 2117 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2118 HD1. The Chair's recommendation, this is relating to the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward amended as an HD2 with some technical amendments. Any questions or comments? If not,
HB 2118 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
thank you. We have HB 2437 HD1 relating to arts education. The Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? If not, go ahead.
HB 2437 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, we have a couple of amendments for this measure and the next measure. Relatively non-substantive and clarifying some input from the Department of Taxation. And we did hand those out just for your review, I guess. HB 2438 HD2 relating to the Hawaii Cultural Trust. So we have some amendments which would make this an HD3. Some of them are just technical and clarifying, specifically on page 16, clarifying that to claim the credit, you must donate to both the newly established trust and also a Hawaiian Cultural Organization. I think that's the big thing, and it was in there, but it seemed a little ambiguous, so that makes the department a little bit happier. Any questions or comments on this measure? If not, Vice Chair.
HB 2438 HD2 recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
All right, thank you. On HB 2604 HD1, similarly, the recommendation will be to move this forward as an HD2 amended. The amendments to this are largely, clarification and technical around the implementation, reporting, and making sure that there's language so that deposits go through the Treasury as an intermediary, which is kind of a more standard operating procedure than directly to the department. Any questions on this measure? If not, Vice Chair.
HB 2604 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
And I just wanna thank the Chair on the Culture and the Arts for the work she put in to kind of make this function a little bit better. And also for carrying a lot of the work for the Culture and the Arts despite them not showing up to testify today. Next, we have HB 1590 HD2 relating to vacation rentals. The Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD3 with a minor amendment. I'll read out that amendment now. There's a section 5E and 6E. We would insert some language essentially around disclosure and ensuring confidentiality. So information provided by a hosting platform pursuant to subsection D to the Department of Taxation or any other state or county tax official or employee or any other person to whom such tax information is divulged shall be confidential and should not be divulged to any other department or official or any other political subdivision of the state or any county, which is an addition also. The information may be used only for the purpose of levying and collecting taxes due under this chapter by tax collection agents. Just ensuring that individual tax information is not just kind of provided willy-nilly. I don't think willy-nilly is a technical term, but. Do we have any questions on those amendments or on this measure? If not, Vice Chair.
HB 1590 HD2, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservation.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next, we have HB 2156 HD1 relating to taxation. Chair's recommendation will be to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments on 2156? Okay. If not, Vice Chair.
HB 2156 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
And lastly, we have HB 2268 HD1 relating to film production. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, go ahead.
HB 2268 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Alright, thank you very much for your patience. We are adjourned and we'll reconvene later this afternoon for our next agenda. Adjourned. Aloha, we are convening the House Committee on Finance for our 2 p.m. agenda on Thursday, February 26th, 2026. We're here in conference room 308. Just as some housekeeping, if you are on Zoom, please stay muted unless you're called upon. We do a 2-minute, kind of soft 2-minute time limit for testifiers so that we can accommodate everyone and put everyone on a relatively level playing field. And that's about it. What we will be doing, since we do have a sign language provider for a specific measure on our agenda, is we will be taking up HB 2488 HD1 relating to the Disability and Communication Access Board. And we'll be taking them out of order and starting with that item before proceeding to the rest of our agenda. You ready? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first we have the State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPDA, in support. Present. And the Disability and Communication Access Board in support.
Aloha. Can the interpreter see me? Yes, I can. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Committee of Finance and Chair Todd and Vice Chair Takagachi. My name is Christine Pagano. This is my sign name, and I'm with Disability Communication and Access Board. So this bill requires will provide a study, let me start again. This will require a study on healthcare communication needs for patients who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. Statewide, currently on Kauai, there are no sign language interpreters, 0. Maui has 1, and the Big Island has 2. Here, we do have more interpreters on the island of Oahu, but there is still a shortage statewide. So to address this, especially in healthcare needs, we would need to find out how the deaf, blind, deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf patients are communicating. How is their patient experience? And I am definitely more than willing to house this study for you. So I definitely want to thank you for your support on this bill. Thank you all.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Also 2 additional organizations and 2 individuals all in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay. Anyone? No? Okay. We have quorum. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna proceed and we're gonna vote on that measure and then we'll proceed to the rest of our agenda so we can accommodate everyone. Okay. We're gonna be voting on HB 2488 HD1 relating to the Disability and Communication Access Board. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward amended as an HD2 with just some relatively non-substantive technical amendments. Members, do you have any questions or comments on this measure? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Okay, voting on HB 2488 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments, Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Hartsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey is excused. Representative Keohakapui is excused. Representative Kitagawa is excused. Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Peruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita is excused. Representative Alcos is excused. Representative Gideon.
Aye.
Representative Reyes Oda.
Aye.
Recommendations adopted.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna be moving on to the next item on our agenda. My bad. I'll give more notice next time. Okay, so we're gonna open back up with HB 2208 HD1 relating to food security.
Okay, first we have the Department of Human Services with comments on Zoom. In person.
Yeah, DHS stands on their written testimony with comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Farmers Union in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, I'm Hunter Hevelin here on behalf of Hawaii Farmers Union. I have been advocating for a measure similar to this, I believe since 2022, and we've seen some funding come over the years, and we view this as an opportunity to really embed a diversity of supply chain into our most critical social safety net. While we can view this as an opportunity to address hunger that's experienced in families across the islands every day, we can view this as an opportunity to support farmers through stable market access, increased procurement opportunities. I think possibly the most critical from my vantage point is that this is a mechanism that will ensure that the ability to feed our families that is provided by food banks across the islands and their pantry partners has the supply chain diversity to bring in imported products or to pivot to the use of local products, meaning that it should either supply chain be disrupted, whether it's a local disruption to our production here or imported goods being cut off and our access to those other products being imperiled, that our key mechanism of feeding people is able to pivot based off of which supply line is disrupted, and this measure ensures that the relationships, the infrastructure, procurement, and so forth are all in place, and as a critical resilience mechanism. So with that, really happy to see this measure move forward, and appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Maui Food Bank in support on Zoom.
Aloha, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and members of the committee. I'm Lisa Paulson, CEO of the Maui Food Bank. I stand on strong support of my written testimony for HB 2208, with a highlight on the positive economic benefit that this bill will have. For example, in Maui County alone, Maui Food Bank purchased in fiscal year 25, we purchased 650,000 pounds locally grown produce from 29 farmers and ranchers in Maui County, generating 1.1 million in revenue for local food producers and 3.5 million for other Maui County food industry businesses. And with this additional information, we do stand on strong support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hawaii Farm Bureau in support.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian Miyamoto on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We will stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Agricultural Stewardship Hawaii in support.
Aloha, Amanda Shah, Agricultural Stewardship Hawaii. We stand on our written testimony in strong support.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nicole Wu. We stand on our written testimony in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Daniela Spoto with Hawaii Appleseed. Our organization advocates for the needs of Hawaii's low-income residents, and we strongly support this bill because it solves three intertwined problems. First, the price of local food is often out of reach for many Hawaii families, already struggling to afford enough food, which is striking 1 in 3 families in this economy. Second, it provides an additional stable market and revenue stream for local farmers, which will help to support our goal to double local food production by 2030. And finally, as Hawaii Farmers Union mentioned, it strengthens this critical but often overlooked supply chain that will help us prepare not if but when the next disaster strikes. So thank you for considering this bill.
Thank you. Hawaii Hunger Action Network in support.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Genevieve Mama on behalf of the Hawaii Hunger Action Network. We're a coalition of over 20 local organizations with a mission to advocate for food security. And, we know the numbers. 1 in 3 Hawaii residents still remain food insecure. And this bill funds the work that food banks are already doing as their key partners in emergency response. We saw that during the federal shutdown in October, while the state worked towards alleviating pauses and things like SNAP benefits, the food banks were the people that were pointed to. And of course, they stepped up and they met the need. And we do know that they also rely largely on grants and charitable contributions. And with the cuts to federal funding that they've experienced in the past year and a half, this is just something that's very, very essential and we're really calling for that. So mahalo for hearing this and please support this bill.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We serve over 40,000 people statewide each year, and almost all of our clients are struggling. So a bill like this would bring food to their table, as well as help the local farmers and bring more stability to the food chain is really a godsend. It's a win-win situation for both sides, so we ask you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii State Youth Commission, Public Health Committee in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Vivian Hill. I'm a student at UH and I serve on the Public Health Committee of the Hawaii State Youth Commission, which was created in 2018 to advise the governor and legislature on the effects of legislative policies, needs, assessments, priorities, programs, and budgets concerning the youth of the state. And I'm speaking today in strong support of HB 2208. I stand on our written testimony but would like to briefly highlight two things. First, Hawaii is facing a food security emergency, and young people feel this every day in school through difficulty concentrating, increased stress, and long-term effects on both health and learning. Second, Farm to Families offers a practical solution. By funding food banks to purchase locally grown food, this bill strengthens the safety net for families while directly supporting Hawaii's farmers. It keeps money in our local economy and helps ensure that fresh produce reaches the communities that need it most. Therefore, the Hawaii State Youth Commission respectfully urges the committee to pass HB 2208. Mahalo.
Thank you. Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Chris Coffin from Hawaii Public Health Institute. We're also very much in strong support of this bill, as you all know and have heard. Hawaii's facing a severe food insecurity crisis with 1 in 3 households struggling to access enough food. More than 150,000 people each month relying on food banks. That need is growing fast. From 2018 to 2024, the Hawaii Food Bank distribution increased from 12.5 million pounds of food to 21.2 million. So we're talking about a 70% increase in just 6 years. Healthy food is in especially high demand, but as you've heard already today, due to cost and distribution challenges, supply remains short. The Farm to Family Food Program is a proven solution that we've been supporting for a number of years now. Purchases food from local farmers and distributes it to the families who are most in need. So it feeds local families and keeps food dollars circulating in Hawaii's local economy. From a public health perspective, this is essential. Access to nutritious food improves childhood development, school performance, chronic disease outcomes, workforce participation, and much more. So we're excited to partner with legislators and our fellow advocates to keep moving this bill forward this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Christine Andrews in support on Zoom. Not present. Sheila Medeiros in support. Not present. Members, as everybody who identified as joining us today, also please note testimony in support from County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, City and County of Honolulu Office of Climate Change, Sustainability and Resiliency, Chair Alice Lee of the Maui County Council, and the City and County of Honolulu, as well as 22 organizations and 56 individuals, as well as all those in support and one individual providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Oh, please.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My apologies, Leah Herman with Hawaii Food Bank. I believe we submitted testimony in strong support, but it may have gotten, I'm not sure, but in any case, we are in very strong support of this bill. We are actually on track to distribute 25.5 million pounds of food this year. We're currently serving as many people as we did during the peak of the pandemic, and actually that poundage is higher than we distributed during the peak of the pandemic, twice as many as before. With 1 in 3 households food insecure and 34% of our keiki, which is 100,000 children in this state, are food insecure. And I think several of us here just came from Ag Day, where we had the chance to enjoy a lot of this really healthy, fresh, amazing local food, and that should be something that all of our families here in Hawaii have access to. And so this bill, as you know, provides state funding for food banks to work with farmers, be a purchaser of last resort, buy that B grade product from them and give that food to those households so that our families, our children, our kapuna, our whole community can thrive. And so just appreciate all of your support and available to answer any questions.
Thank you. And we did receive your written testimony.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, aloha.
Yes, please
Committee.
state your name and stance for the record, and then you can proceed.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong favor. So I'm proposing an amendment for the office to work with DAB. This is because DHS already works with the federal level USDA to incentivize partnerships with local farmers so that their products locally grown and sourced can be distributed at local markets. And so basically it addresses food insecurity and as well as getting food from our local farms. So also, I didn't get to read the county's testimony. I don't have staff to read it for me, but did they suggest to work with the Honolulu County's Office of Climate Change and Sustainability because this office has future food systems plans for sustainable farming. And also, yeah, I think my amendments can help with the impact of chronic undernutrition caused by a lack of available fresh foods, and to address food insecurity. This can also help with cognitive development in kids, and it helps to boost academic performances amongst the keiki across Hawaii. And of course, if they're chronically not like within nutritional standards, then they're not going to be able to study well. So we need to feed them. And also, this can help with just low-income communities and marginalized communities. And yeah, also, I'm very supportive of Hawaii Food Bank. It is an authorized official state campaign because the LG and the governor works with it. And so it's not a violation of the Ethics Commission's code. So I'm very happy to be a fan of these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure?
Sorry, Chair,
Go
I
ahead,
have a
Repartio.
question for Department of Human Services. Thank you for your the department's efforts and for your testimony. I did want to follow up in regards to the amount of time that the department had noted in its testimony. So I have two questions. First is it necessary to adopt administrative rules in order to execute this bill if it is passed? And secondly, how much time would that require?
So thank you, Representative Hartsfield, for the question. I'm Scott Morishige, Division Administrator for the Benefit Employment and Support Services Division at DHS. We do believe that administrative rules would be required for this bill, but that's not the only factor that's impacting the request for an extension. As noted in our testimony, our primary concern is that our focus right now is to reduce the payment error rate for the department and to implement our new eligibility system, which currently is projected to go live in February 2026. Because of that, and because of the additional time to do the administrative rules, to secure resources to take on another initiative, we are looking potentially at January 2028 as a date that we believe we would need an extension for. But we're continuing to, review this. If this bill continues to move forward, we continue to assess it and see if we can refine those projections.
Right, thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Anything else? All right, we're gonna move on to the next measure. Since we already covered HB 2488, we'll be moving on to HB 1131, HD1, with a long title having to do with intensive mobile team pilot program.
First, we have the Department of Health and Support. Thank you. Members, as everyone who identified as joining us today, also one organization in opposition. Is there anybody else wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? I'll go Vice Chair and then Rep. Lloyd.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, at some point, someone's gonna.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, there you
Thank you. For Department of Health, please. Just, because this is, for this committee, seeing it, for most of the members on this committee, seeing it for the first time, and since this was a bill from, last year, could we just, briefly highlight, this is a very narrow, small team to kind of address specific kind of need in community. Could you just give a brief overview of that? And where, and I guess along with that, right, because it's a mobile team, it would be not just in hospital setting, it would be able to do kind of treatment out in the community.
Correct. So the intensive mobile team concept is, it's a model that is used across the nation. I guess most prominently in New York, they have instituted this and have had some success with it. It does require quite a lot of resources, as you can see. It's a dedicated team that identifies a certain population of folks who are very recalcitrant, chronically homeless, likely due to their severe mental illness. And so this team goes out into the field and finds the folks because they're homeless and monitors them, provides the case management services to get them hooked up with treatment, get them the types of other types of support besides just medications, but anything else they might need. Because some of these folks are chronically ill and homeless, it's the intense part is that it might take a while for these this population to be able to live consistently in placement and to adhere to their treatment and go to their appointments. So it's time intensive, and so that's the intent. We did put it out last year in an effort to address some of the issues that we've been having in our community. We recognize that it requires quite a lot of resources, and given the state, the financial state of our economy and budget, we really we are wanting to pivot. We're going to focus on what we are currently doing, which is we stood up a behavioral health crisis center in the past year or two, actually, since 2024, and that has increasingly been used by the community on Oahu to take a lot of folks who are homeless and in crisis with mental health issues, and we're able to try to make some impacts there. The other areas that we're working on include increasing the use of assisted community treatment orders. And we have some other bills currently in session right now, and that's really to try to this assisted community treatment, ACT. It's a mechanism to help those who are non-adherent to their treatment, but we really feel that we want to try our best to keep them in the least restrictive environments, trying our best to keep them out in the community, but giving the best chance. So it's asking for a court order so that we can ensure that the treatment plan that we want them to follow is going to be enacted, followed. So these are some of the mechanisms that we're doing right now, and we're going to be concentrating our resources on that.
Okay, thank you. No, and I do appreciate the department being judicious as we have all these conversations, especially this committee, about what the budget's gonna look like. And, you know, I do think that this small team of really specialized positions would really bring appropriate care and benefit to the things that we're trying to do with assisted community treatment. So, no, so thank you for the
Thank
overview
you,
and
and I do
your work.
wanna correct, because we have mentioned that departments in support, we are just offering comments right now. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
For department, thanks. I wanted my vice chair to go first. She didn't see it, but I got to see it. So just in those spaces, because as she mentioned, right, there's this need for very specialized care for these individuals who just have a high level of need, right? But I'm just really curious because we have our Rural Transformative Healthcare Grant. And my understanding is if it's a new program, some of the funds from the Transformative Healthcare Grant would be available. What is the plan? Cause my understanding is this is a new program, so those funds might be accessible, or how are we gonna pay for this?
Right, so that's why right now we are just offering comments and not asking for any verbal pivoting. With the Rural Health Transformation Grant, we did submit the initiatives related to behavioral health care will be involved around mobile clinics, increasing capacity of our crisis mobile outreach teams, so adding peer support specialists to those teams. And the other one is on the certified community behavioral health clinics. So trying to stand that up also. We recognize that in the rural communities, access to psychiatrists is very limited. And so we're looking at a mechanism where we could perhaps provide consultation, a psychiatrist consultation to primary care providers in the rural communities via telehealth.
So, and I asked this during our budget review cycle, right? We have programs, and I guess I'm just curious if there's going to be this idea of the Rural Transformative Health Care Grant is gonna pay for some of these other things, which would then free up the budget to help tackle some of these other very important needed tools to helping with our homeless population.
Yeah, so the Rural Health Transformation Grant, I believe there's 6 different buckets, of which DOH has one. And in that, DOH has identified, there's a lot of the funding is going to increase capacity on our EMS side, on the ambulance side.
Okay, thanks. I think we're trying to figure it out. Trying to piece it together, but thank you. Alright, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, if not, we're gonna move on to the next item, HB 1518, HD1, relating to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
First, we have Department of Human Services with comments.
DHS stands on our written testimony with comments and notes that we began a pre-release application pilot with Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation earlier this month. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Christy Yokoyama and I'm the Corrections Program Development Officer with the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's Reentry Coordination Office. I stand on written testimony submitted by Director Tommy Johnson in support of House Bill 1518 relating to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We have currently started a pilot program with DHS at 2 of our facilities, one of them being Wyaba Correctional Facility and the other being Women's Community Correctional Center. So if you have any questions, you can just let me know, I'll be right there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have ACLU of Hawaii in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Donovan Kamakani Albano. I'm speaking on behalf of the ACLU of Hawaii. We support this measure and wanna highlight a few points. This measure does not require any new money, and as stated in their testimony, DHS and DCR are already piloting project pre-release application program, and also noting that food insecurity, poverty, unemployment, houselessness, and declined health are experiences that too many people in Hawaii already face. SNAP should be a key part of reentry support that Hawaii provides and can contribute to reducing recidivism rates. 13 states have already waived the requirement, and we believe Hawaii should join them. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Nicole Wu. We support this bill because number one, a majority of SNAP households in Hawaii have children in the household. And also we know that a very large portion of inmates have family and children. And at the time of release, it's really important for families to be able to build their relationships again and have stability, and making sure that they are not food insecure with this waiver is a great way to support these families. So thank you again for hearing this bill.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Well, again, I'm Chris Calvin from the Hawaii Public Health Institute. Freedom should not begin without food, yet for far too many people, the first steps of reentry are taken on an empty stomach. This proposal, as you've heard, would allow Hawaii to seek federal approval to allow inmates to apply for SNAP benefits before being released from incarceration. There are studies that show that up to 91% of individuals recently released from prison experience food insecurity, and up to one third report going an entire day without eating because they cannot afford food. Giving eligible individuals benefits immediately upon being released, as opposed to having to wait weeks, days or weeks later, sometimes even months later, reduces a critical gap in access to food during reentry, which, as you've heard, is already a period that's associated with elevated homelessness, reincarceration risk, and actually significantly elevated mortality compared to the general population. 13 states have already done this, states as varied as Louisiana and Kansas, and Oregon and California. And we also want to note that the program implementation date called for in this bill has been post-dated to 2028 to allow for DHS's new BES system to come fully online so that they can handle the new applications and work out any process agreements that need to be implemented with DHS, between DHS and DCR before fully effectuating this program. If we want to prevent recidivism, we have to prevent hunger. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Daniela Spoto with Hawaii Appleseed. We are also in support of the bill for many of the same reasons that others have already stated. The need for SNAP among this population is well documented. I wanted to point out that the bill not only requires that we apply for this waiver as a state, but it also removes an outdated restriction that denies SNAP to individuals with prior drug convictions unless they're enrolled in treatment. This is a policy that creates unnecessary barriers without improving public safety. We think that for that reason alone, removing or striking that requirement from HRS would be a good reason to move this bill forward. So thank you so much for considering.
Thank you. Hawaii Hunger Action Network in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Genevieve Mama, Hawaii Hunger Action Network. Just want to echo what everyone else has said. At the core, like this bill is very simple to us for hunger advocates, because it makes sure that when someone is released from prison, they don't have to walk out the door and immediately face hunger and make that decision to either focus on housing, how they're getting home, how they're reconnecting with their families, on top of hunger. So this would remove just one of the many barriers that people that are formerly incarcerated experience. Just want to echo again about the pilot program and that 13 other states are already doing this. So I think we should really join them. Mahalo.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Food Industry Association in support on Zoom. Not present. Aloha Care in support on Zoom. Not present. Christine Andrews in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Members, please also note. Oh, Catholic Charities.
Sorry, I'm Betty Larson, Chair, Vice Chair, Betty Larson from Catholic Charities. believe we have submitted written testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, also testimony in support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, County of Hawaii Department of Research and Development, the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission, 6 other organizations, and 30 individuals, everybody in support. Is there anyone else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Aloha committee, I'd like to testify.
Yes, state your name for the record and please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee, Angela Melody Young, CARES. In strong favor of this legislation, and I'd like to recommend an amendment for a work group with Paroling Authority and Department of Corrections to work on this to prepare during the time of sentence, because in Hawaii, it's the Paroling Authority that sentences the inmates. And so as they transition and prepare for reintegration with society, they're going to need benefits such as GA, General Assistance Program, cash benefits from DHS, and food stamps. So, and I think the work group can really help facilitate with all the legislations moving forward this year, such as compassionate release heard in judiciary yesterday, and some other legislations gaining momentum. And so I think the state really needs to prepare basic necessities for inmates as they're released. And also, this state legislation is in response to the 1996 Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act. And that was a federal law that legislated that SNAP and TANF for drug-related felony convictions can never be honored. And so each state then can opt out and pass legislation to modify the ban. And so I think Hawaii as a state helping with facilitating of reentry and helping inmates with stability for the SNAP Food Stamps program can really help with a lot of the food insecurity as needed
Angela,
in
can you please wrap up
Hawaii.
your testimony?
Yeah, to improve the lives of the inmates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on Zoom?
Okay, members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna be moving on to HB 1546, HD1 relating to health insurance.
We have the Department of Human Services with comments.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Meredith Nichols on behalf of the Department of Human Services, and we're happy to stand on our written testimony. Aloha.
Thank you. University of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Farah Marie Gomes, Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with the University of Hawaii System. We have provided written testimony in support of HB 1546 HD1. We appreciate you hearing the measure, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have the DCCA Insurance Division with comments.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm on Zoom today. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Justin Chu for the DCCA Insurance Division. We've provided comments and we stand on our written testimony providing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Executive Office on Aging in support on Zoom. Not present. The State Health Planning and Development Agency, SHPTA, in support.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, and honorable members. We stand on our testimony in support, but I didn't support with comments. I just wanted to take this opportunity to mention a few of the comments. SHPTA, the agency's purpose is to assure high quality, universal access to high quality, equitable, affordable healthcare for all. So we're obviously interested in this bill. Our Data Advisory Council last year estimated that we have about 3.4%, which is 50,000 people of our population remaining uninsured. By the way, that puts us with Massachusetts as one of the lowest rates of uninsured in the country, which is great. But nonetheless, for these individuals, it's not great. And because of, I just wanna mention medical debt. I mean, we shouldn't, as a country, we shouldn't be having medical debt as the number one cause of personal bankruptcy, but it is. So, with HR 1, and I defer completely to DHS on the details of this bill, but with HR 1, we're probably gonna have something like 30,000 more uninsured people coming off the ACA exchanges and having lost their Medicaid coverage. If we covered just the HR 1 losses, and we paid kind of a bare bones, not a full, but a good insurance policy, but not maybe the maximum, that could cost $150 million if we, in our generosity, chose to provide insurance for these folks. So all I wanted to mention is that we had a program here in the 1990s called the State Health Insurance Plan. We just provided lower cost coverage for people that were uninsured. And it would be about $1,000 per person per year if we did that again today. And it's inexpensive because we provided comprehensive primary care and prevention services to those individuals, legitimate emergency visits, and special services that were really needed, like labor and delivery and so forth. But I mean, there are other ways to go, and I just wanted to point out if we come to a place where we can't afford to do something right, we can find some intermediate path for now until we get a bigger solution. So I just want to bring that up because I think this is an important area for us to focus on at this point. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We really appreciate the legislature looking at this issue. It's gonna be a dramatic thing when people start losing their health care, not only affecting the individuals, but the healthcare system and the cost of the healthcare system. So we know this is brand new, but we appreciate they're looking at what would be the effective ways. Of course, cost is a issue with everything else that's going on in the world. But we really appreciate this, and we're not a healthcare provider, but we wanna support you and help in any way we can to make sure that people who really need it, most vulnerable, will retain some type of health care. Thank you very much for hearing this bill.
Thank you. We have the Hawaii Association of Health Plans with comments.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, the association will stand in its written testimony tonight.
Thank you. Hawaii Appleseed in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Hawaii Appleseed stands on this testimony in support.
Thank you. Christine Andrews in support on Zoom. Not present. Members, also additional testimony in support from 7 organizations and 11 individuals, as well as 1 individual in opposition. Is anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure?
Chair, sorry, I have a question for
You
DHS.
don't have to apologize. You do your thing.
Thank you, aloha, and again, I appreciate all of the efforts that NPB is providing our community. I noted in the testimony that DHS does not have an existing program in regards to, but it refers to as the second point of this bill, and so I just wanted to clarify, make sure I'm following. That has to do with the annual subsidy that is part of the bill, is that?
Yeah, that our read of the bill is that the second portion that would assign kind of a pot of $1,000 per person, potentially that is without insurance. And then set up a new program or a system that would have DHS use that pot to pay for preventative care or primary care visits for folks who are uninsured or I'm sorry, not uninsured. I think the bill is saying for folks who are in bronze or catastrophic level plans because we know they have high deductibles. So that's what we see as the second part. We don't have anything that's exactly like that we could quickly leverage in order to enact something like that, but we understand the intent and need.
Okay, so the follow-up question to that is, is that something that's possible for the department to do? And if it is, how long would it take so that it could get up and running?
I believe that the Department of Human Services is wildly talented and many things are possible. It would take some time realistically to stand something up, especially create the rules that would be necessary to do it properly and in accordance with the intent of the bill. So I think it would take some time to do rulemaking. It would probably take some appropriation in order to properly set it up to be managed and run.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright, members, anything else? No? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move to the next item on our agenda, which is HB 1972, HD2, relating to taxation.
We have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Good afternoon, Gary Sigaluma for Department of Taxation. Department stands at this written testimony of comments.
Thank you. Executive Office on Aging with comments on Zoom. Not present, sorry. Thank you. We have AARP Hawaii in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm Kelly E. Lopez, State Director for AARP Hawaii. On behalf of our 350,000 members, we appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony in strong support of HB 1972 HB1. I know you folks, I already know you all support family caregivers. I just want to share a little bit more about the tax credit itself. It is meant to be a non-refundable state income tax credit, basically to help offset the cost borne by many unpaid family caregivers. It really offers needed relief to these caregivers. They are the backbone of Hawaii's healthcare system. Many of our kupuna are able to remain in their homes and be cared for their loved ones rather than be in a costly perhaps tax-supported assisted facility. My mother, who lived in Nanakuli, was able to remain in her home for 5 years because 5 of us all took turns 24/7 to care for her. If that had not been available, regrettably, she did not have funds, her own funds for assisted living. So again, I think we're also looking at this to be reasonable. So we're looking at individuals, single people who are making 75,000 or less, or a couple who are making 125,000 or less in Hawaii. And again, many of them on average spend about $7,200 of their own money. Again, my mom had her, Medicare and my dad's Social Security that could cover some, but it didn't cover everything. And again, I think the key thing for us is many people who are providing family care, again, for some of those who are in that bracket that I'm talking about, that $7,200 a year is a significant amount of their family income. They're often struggling with their caring for themselves, caring for their children, having to meet the needs and costs of what it is just to live here in Hawaii anyway. So we think it's a great way to, again, support really those people who are the backbone of Hawaii's caregiving healthcare system. ARP did a poll of older voters, and nearly 90% of them support a limited state income tax credit for family caregivers, which is what I think we've provided for. We think it's a modest tax credit, recognizing the support and contribution of these people who provide their personal sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Alzheimer's Association Hawaii in support.
Aloha Chair and Vice Chair, Kobe Chakuli Alzheimer's Association. We're going to stand on our written testimony in strong support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Public Health Institute in support.
Hello, Chris Kaufman with the Hawaii Public Health Institute. Hi-Fi houses something called the Kapuna Collective, which many of you may have heard of. It's a collaborative with the UH Center on Aging that tries to strategically align resources for Kapuna programs. And we're in strong support of this measure because of that. Caregivers are the heartbeat of our economy. As you just heard from ARP, in our state there are more than 154,000 family caregivers, providing over 144 million hours of care each year, which if they were valued on the open market would be valued at $2.6 billion. Those caregivers often do this work while holding jobs, raising families, and paying out of pocket. There was a study that was done by AARP that showed an average of more than $7,200 per year that caregivers pay to support loved ones. Nearly 60% of caregivers are working. Many are forced to cut hours or leave the workforce entirely just to provide care, and this bill recognizes that caregivers are often in financial precarity and should not be pushed further into instability just to support their families. Research also shows it's important for us that the caregiver tax credits help families not only stay afloat, but keep loved ones at home, which where people are often healthier, safer, and more connected to their communities when they need medical support, healthcare support. So we have a rapidly aging population. Let's take this opportunity to honor our caregivers by providing them with the kind of economic relief that supports human dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. We don't argue with the proposition that caregivers need financial relief. We're just questioning whether the most efficient way to do it is through the tax system. One of the problems using the tax system is that the relief really doesn't come until the following year after you file your tax return for the year prior. Whereas if you had some kind of subsidy system, you could probably give relief on a more timely basis to help people who are struggling financially. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Navian Hawaii in support? Not present. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nicole Wu again. We are a children's organization, but that also means that we work with parents all across the state. And we hear about them being in the sandwich generation, just struggling to care for their children and their parents. This tax credit would help families keep their loved ones safe and comfortable, reduce the pressure on their family budgets, and also reduce the pressure on our long-term care facilities and the broader healthcare system. So thank you for hearing this bill. We support it.
Thank you. That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Additional support from the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, as well as 6 organizations and 16 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Aloha, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mistaken. Just state your name for the record and your stance, and please proceed.
Thank you very much. Again, aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Greg Mistakian, and I currently serve as the President of the Kukua Council, the Vice President of the Hawaii Alliance for Retired Americans, a member of the Good Government Caucus, and I'm also a member of the Kupuna Caucus. And I meant to get testimony in writing to this measure. I am here for some other measures later today, some other bills. Unfortunately, I missed it, and so I'm here in person. So I do strongly support this bill. I hope you move it forward. I do appreciate what the last testifier stated regarding how to do it with subsidies, and that's something you have to be the experts at. This is legislation that our lawmakers need to look at. But whatever way it happens, whether it's through a tax or through a subsidy, I think it needs to move along and get passed. It's about time, and I do appreciate all those that are supporting it today. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, do you have questions on this measure? Rep. Kush?
Thank you, Chair. Just for Tax Foundation of Hawaii, Tom Yamachika. You still there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. Always find your insights valuable. Did you have any suggestions or thoughts along your thought line there that you had mentioned versus the tax credit?
Well, I mean, I had in mind something along the lines of, the program that Hawaii Energy does, where you incur certain expenses, you submit receipts, and the government gives you a check. Something like that could work.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
While we're on the topic, Ms. Lopez, if you could join us from AARP. I think one version of what Mr. Yamachika mentioned is the Kapuna Caregivers Program. I was wondering, since we have a lot of new members who maybe weren't around when that was initially put in place, if you could talk through maybe some of the pros and cons of the two models or how they marry together and what makes sense.
So in that particular program, the Executive Office on Aging manages the resources and individuals are able to apply to get support for the expenses that they incur in having their family member attend adult daycare. In that particular case, over time, what was originally allocated was much more insofar as maybe someone could have their older adult attend daycare maybe 3 days a week. That's pretty much down to, I think, only 2 days a week. The concern about that particular program at the time, although I think the Executive Office on Aging has done a wonderful job, was there were no income limits required for that particular program. So the concern was at the time, I'll just say it, Walter Dodds could have his mom go there and it'd be fine, he could get the subsidy. I doubt if he'd ask for it. So that the program has requires staff to oversee the program. What we're doing with regards to the caregiver tax credit and having that be more handled as a tax credit, from our perspective, was limiting additional staff burden. The concern about developing a program that would require the Executive Office on Aging or another agency to have to review is just the cost of added staffing for the Executive Office on Aging. Another proposal that we've heard was to have it be actually where people apply, kind of like a grant program rather than a tax credit. And that in of itself would also be very expensive because you'd have to staff up personnel to do that. We really do believe that it can be straightforward. I know Director Suganuma would not agree with me, but I really do think there's a way to do this where the tax office can do that. Oklahoma is doing it right now. They're one of the states that passed it. I think the key piece behind that, which is what we did this time in this bill, was narrow what kind of expenses actually could be included in that tax credit. And Oklahoma already has a form that their tax office uses.
Thank you. Members, anything additional on this measure? Thank you very much. Okay, next we're moving on to HB 2114, HD1 relating to human services.
We have the Department of Human Services with comments.
DHS stands are testimony written comments is my first. Yes,
Thank you. Enterprise Technology Services with comments.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Christine Sakuda, and I am the CIO who run Office of Enterprise Technology Services. We offer comments on this bill. We support the concept of a Hawaii Benefits Hub for the benefit of our constituents that have difficulty logging in and navigating different eligibility benefit systems. However, we believe this bill assigns responsibilities to ETS, the Enterprise Technology Office, that exceeds our responsibility. We think that the bill should really be kind of placed in with the experts of eligibility benefits, such as the Department of Human Services. And we're happy to support and partner with them and offer technical guidance and assistance, technical advice, and to figure out how do we navigate this complex opportunity of providing this. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Aloha Care in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Additional written testimony and support from one organization. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Do you mind joining us for a couple of, so maybe you could give the committee a little bit of context for what this looks like in other states that have tried to scale something like this up, and some of the costs that may be involved if we were to actually try and implement something like this in the long run?
Yes, thank you for that. And just to add a little bit more, and I think it's in our testimony that we did provide some initial comment on the data exchange component of integrated eligibility system or a hub, because the state has different eligibility systems, and we want them to kind of communicate together on the back end. These are very complex initiatives, and when I had actually looked online, there are states like Oregon who have spent hundreds of millions of dollars. So on average for an integrated eligibility system, on average states spend upwards of $100 million, several $100 million. And so they're very, very complex. And we just need to put, because of the investment, we need to put some significant thought into it.
Okay, thank you. Members, do you have additional questions on this measure? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're moving on to HB 1668, HD1 relating to Medicaid.
We have the Department of Human Services with comments.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Meredith Nichols on behalf of Department of Human Services. Happy to stand on the testimony that we've submitted. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. We have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities in support.
Aloha Chair, committee members. My name is Chase Silver. I'm with the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. We apologize for our late testimony. We just wanted to add on this is a continuation of Cal's Law, which this body passed in 2019. For personal and professional disclosure, Cal was my brother. He was born and raised here. He had spinal muscular atrophy, which is a physical developmental disability. He was smarter than I'll ever be. He went to Iolani. He was going to University of Hawaii when he passed away. And he passed away knowing or thinking that he would have to choose between working and Medicaid, which he needed every day just to live his life. And so this bill would remove that choice from anyone having to have that again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the Executive Office on Aging in support on Zoom. Not present. And the Disability and Communication Access Board. Hawaii Disability Rights Center in support on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members. I'm Lou Erdeshek. I'm the Director at Disability Rights Center. We are very strongly supportive of this bill, and we were involved extensively when Cal's Law was passed by the legislature a couple of years ago. So Cal's Law worked pretty well. It actually worked so well that I think it's proven why we need to amend the law. What this basically does is allow people that are on Medicaid the opportunity to go out and work, and it provides incentives so that they don't lose their Medicaid benefits. And it's not so much the medical insurance coverage as much as often it's the Medicaid waiver services, a personal aid, things like that get you up and get you ready for the day. So what's happened over the last few years is that we've seen that these people with disabilities have done so well in the workplace that they're now being offered promotions, career advancements, all of which is great, but all of which is gonna, and they're all gonna make more money, but Cal's Law is capped at like 138% of the poverty level. So they're at the point where they're gonna now make more money than the cap allows, and then they would lose the Medicaid benefits. So what this bill does is it takes the cap off, and so it allows them to basically be whatever they can be, and gives them the proper incentive to go out and continue that competitive employment in the workplace. So we strongly support it, and we hope you'll keep this bill moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have testimony from Janelle Fiesta in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, and committee members. My name is Janelle Fiesta, and I was born and raised in Honolulu, Hawaii. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in support of HB 1668. I live with a neuromuscular condition called spinal muscular atrophy. Because of it, I have lost most of my motor functions. I use a power wheelchair to get around, and I rely on caregivers every day to help me with activities of daily living. Because of this, Medicaid is essential to my survival. Through Medicaid, I receive caregiving attendance services that make it possible for me to live and work in the community. I am deeply grateful for this support. Despite my disability, I work as an equal employment opportunity specialist. I enjoy helping others and learning about disability law and policies. My career is meaningful to me, and I want to continue growing in my position. Whether I work or not, I will always need Medicaid. This goes for other working people with disabilities just like me. Through employment, we would be able to pay taxes, support local businesses, and fill positions that would otherwise be unfilled. From an economical and financial standpoint, it makes most sense to allow people with disabilities who are capable of working to work. Doing so allows us to participate and contribute to society. HB 1668 is about dignity, equity, and opportunity. We want to work, but we can't afford to lose the services that allow us to live. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for your support in passing HB 1668. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony and support from the Disability and Communication Access Board, 5 organizations and 6 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 1801, HD1, relating to child welfare services.
We have the Department of Human Services in support.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I am Keisha Raby from the Department of Human Services Child Welfare Services, and I'd like to say that the department stands on its testimony with comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the Office of Wellness and Resilience with comments. Thank you. Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Michelle Toledo Caíñas, Deputy Director of the Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence, on behalf of Executive Director Angelina Mercado. The Hawaii State Coalition Against Domestic Violence mission is to unite Hawaii to end all forms of domestic violence. We are a statewide partnership of domestic violence programs and shelters, and on behalf of the coalition and our 20-member programs, we are in strong support of HB 1801 and stand in our written testimony. We respectively request the committee pass this measure with funding in place. We are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Paul Wu again. We support this bill because it reflects the recommendations of the Malama Ohana Working Group, recognizing that domestic violence is a complex and significant factor in so many child welfare cases. We have high housing costs, geographic isolation, and service gaps, especially on the neighbor islands, that can make it really hard for survivors, many who are mothers with children, accept help without a coordinated system to help them find that help. We believe that this bill will help connect families with appropriate services and shift our state more towards trauma-informed and family-centered child welfare system. I will stop talking. Please, I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Judith Clark in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, members of the committee. I'm Judith Clark, formerly Executive Director of Hawaii Youth Services Network and now a community advocate. This bill supports the recommendations of the Malama Ohana Task Force and will improve the functioning of the child welfare services programs. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Also, testimony and support from the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women, 1 other organization, and 1 individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Okay. Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 1975 relating to Kupuna housing.
So we have the Executive Office on Aging and Support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Public Housing Authority in support.
HPHA stands on the testimony.
Thank you. AARP Hawaii in support.
ARP stands on its testimony support.
Thank you. Catholic Charities Hawaii in support. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Also testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, one other organization, and 4 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Chair.
Please state your name and stands for the record, and then please proceed.
Thank you. Again, Greg Nasekian, in support of this bill and strong support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Oh, there.
A quick question for HPHA. Thank you. I know we've been talking about this program and it's the great things it's doing for our seniors in the community for the past couple years. Could you just remind me how much funds are we giving out every year into community? Do you have the last couple of years or any indication about I guess the number of people we're supporting on average each year and then the dollar amount?
In part with the Hawaii Public Housing Authority. Thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. For fiscal year 24, we expended $267,542.37, assisting 166 kupuna families. So far this fiscal year, we've assisted 302 families at $827,591.90, so we're kind of out of money.
And that's just for this. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything additional? If not, we're gonna move on to HB 2167 relating to youth homelessness.
Oh, sorry. The Hawaii State LGBTQ+ Commission in support on Zoom. Not present. Office of Youth Services in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leanne Gillespie. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Youth Services. We stand in support of this bill. I just had a clarification question and maybe I don't need it, maybe I do, I'm not sure. On page 6, line 4, the ages for this program, quote, is between 18 and 24 years of age. That is aligned with our statutory responsibility, so we do like that language. At the previous committee hearing decision making, I heard possibly there was a misalignment with the intent of that language, that possibly it was being interpreted from 19 through 23. The definition that OIS has for that is the as a youth hits their 18th birthday and through the age of 24, the day before they turn 25. So as long as, you know, our definitions kind of align, I think we'll be okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pride at Work Hawaii in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha again. We support this bill. It's part of the Hawaii Children's Policy Agenda for 2026, which is about a few dozen organizations and individuals who care about keiki in Hawaii, and we go through a process to select bills to put in our agenda. We decided to support this bill because we believe it will help prevent long-term homelessness among Hawaii youth at the last point in time count. In 2024, about 1,000 young adults and youth were counted as homeless in our state. We think that by getting to young residents who are very vulnerable, we can stabilize them and lead to better futures for them and avoid adding to our homelessness crisis. So thank you for hearing this bill. Please pass it.
Thank you. Hoku Pak in support on Zoom. Not present. Judith Clark in support on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Judith Clark, and I'm speaking as a community advocate, a youth homelessness service provider for 25 years, and an individual with lived experience of young adult homelessness. I strongly support this bill. When I was 20, I'm sorry, I don't have my camera on. When I was 20, I was laid off from work and could not pay the rent on my apartment. It was the beginning of my homelessness journey. It was a miserable and terrifying time. I was hungry, I was cold, I was afraid of being assaulted or raped. When an elderly friend allowed me to sleep on the floor of his senior living apartment, I knew that he was not allowed to have overnight guests and that my presence on his floor was jeopardizing his own housing. I was one of the fortunate ones. I found a new job within 2 months and ended my time of homelessness. Rent support for those couple of months would have made a huge difference in my life. In Hawaii, the gap between what young adults can afford and the actual cost of housing is huge. One unexpected medical bill or car repair can be the tipping point into homelessness that can result of years of dependence on public assistance. A small amount of assistance now can prevent years of future costs for our state and prevent long-term chronic homelessness. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have Miyala Matsumoto in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Members, please also note comments from the State Procurement Office, support from 3 organizations and 7 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Chair and Vice Chair, if I could just make a brief comment.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. I'll keep it really short. Angela Melody Young cares in strong support of this legislation, and with just a proposed amendment to collaborate offices, so the DHS office and the SNAP Food Stamps branch within DHS to work with GA General Assistance Cash Benefits to provide comprehensive coverage to assist with this legislation's proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Chair, Betty Lou Larson, Kathy Chair, we'll stand on our written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Masakian? Yeah.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Greg Masakian, and I fully support this bill. I actually live on a street where I think they've moved, but there was a home, a single-family home that was used as a place for homeless youth to go and to get assistance with health issues or just establish a connection. During COVID, it was also used as a place where they could go get food. So I have a very strong affinity to homeless needs, and especially with the youth here. So I've experienced, living across the street from that home and understanding what goes on and how many of these youth would come to that home and get assistance, and sometimes speaking to some of them. So I hope that you also move this along and make it as good as you can. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
All right, members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, moving on to HB 2214 HD1 relating to tax credits.
We have the Hawaii Department of Taxation with comments.
The department stands on its written testimony on the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika for Tax Foundation. We will also stand in written comments.
Thank you. Hawaii Diaper Bank, in support on Zoom.
Aloha, my name is Hannah London. I am the Deputy Director of Hawaii Diaper Bank. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and other members of the committee for allowing me the opportunity to express my strong support of HB 2214. I stand on my written testimony, but I would additionally like to add that I have been working in this field for over 10 plus years, and unfortunately, the problem of diaper need has only gotten worse. Initial studies showed that families nationwide, 1 in 3 struggled with diaper need. Currently today, 1 in 2 families are struggling with diaper need. Since our organization has started, we have continued to grow each year, reaching more and more families. Currently, we are serving over 650 families per month on Hawaii Island. But we cannot do this alone without having some additional governmental support. We hear from many, many of our families that we serve that it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Prices are going up, especially the cost of diapers. Affordability is top of mind for so many of our families. They're making hard decisions, as we heard about other bills this session, about making decisions between having enough food as well as having enough diapers each month. This tax credit will have a large impact for the families that need it most in Hawaii. I urge you to support this bill. Mahalo so much for your time.
Thank you. We have the National Diaper Bank Network in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Lacey Giroux, and I'm the Chief of Government Relations for the National Diaper Bank Network. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of House Bill 2214, which would establish a refundable diaper tax credit to help ease the financial strain on Hawaii's families. The National Diaper Bank Network works to ensure that every family has access to the basic needs that they need to thrive, including clean, dry diapers. We support a nationwide network of over 240 community-based diaper banks, including 2 here in Hawaii, one of which you just heard from. The need for this legislation is urgent. Our Diaper Check 2024, as Hannah mentioned, found that 1 in 2 U.S. families with young children are experiencing diaper insecurity. At the same time, diaper banks are facing an unprecedented demand for their services, and even with charitable support, community organizations cannot meet the full scope of the need on their own. The economic case for this bill is clear. When families receive additional income support, they spend it immediately on other necessities like rent, groceries, utilities, childcare. We saw this with the child tax credit. Reinvesting these dollars directly back into the local economy. Diaper insecurity also has workforce implications. When parents cannot provide enough diapers for their children to go to childcare, they will miss work. And on average, parents who have missed work because of diaper insecurity lost 5.1 work days per month. This represents lost wages for families and lost productivity for employers. By establishing a refundable diaper tax credit, Hawaii can reduce financial stress for families, strengthen workforce participation, promote infant health, and support the state's diaper banks. We respectfully urge the committee to pass House Bill 2214 and take an important step toward ending diaper insecurity in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom.
Aloha again. Hawaii Children's Action Network supports this bill, and this bill is also a part of the Hawaii Children's Policy Agenda for this legislative session. Organization selected this bill because we recognize how expensive it is to live here in Hawaii, and this tax credit would make it a little easier for our families with keiki to afford to live here. So thank you. We support this bill.
Thank you. That is everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony in support from 2 additional organizations. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the next item on our agenda. And we have HB 322 HD1 relating to voter registration.
We have the Department of the Attorney General with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Charles Lee, Deputy Attorney General. We submitted our written comments to the Council Communication to the bill. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you. Office of Elections with comments.
We'll stand on the written testimony with comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The Hawaii State LGBTQ Plus Commission in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaiian Islands Republican Women in opposition on Zoom.
Aloha Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Aloha Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takeuchi, and members of the committee. My name is Jamie Datweiler from the Hawaiian Islands Republican Women. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition of HB 322 HD1 for the following reasons. While I understand that the intent of this bill is to improve voter participation, we oppose this bill because DMV customers should not have to opt out. Right now, they have the opportunity to opt in. And so we should leave it that way, of course, and providing proper government ID. Also, registering to vote online creates no paper trail, raising the risk of election fraud due to insufficient security measures and the lack of physical evidence. There are also concerns regarding privacy and data security when information is transmitted online from the DMV to the county clerk's offices. Systems are vulnerable to online hacking. Furthermore, the expenses associated with purchasing and operating a digital platform will increase rapidly, and taxpayers will be responsible for covering those costs. If not approached in a neutral manner, this process of automatic voter registration could result in political bias, and participants might feel compelled to register to vote or feel pressured to vote. A key drawback of online voter registration, automatic voter registration, is reduced public trust, which could worsen declining confidence in our elections. We have solutions and recommendations. One, there's a no-cost solution. Continue to do the service as you're doing currently, allowing customers to opt in. Provide them with that nice trifold brochure that they can use, take home, and register to vote. That's free. Number two, implement the Save America Act and follow those requirements of presenting a single identification, obtaining proof of citizenship, and states removing non-citizens from their voter rolls. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and please vote no on HB 322. Mahalo.
Thank you. Pride at Work Hawaii in support on Zoom. Not present. Hokupak in support on Zoom. Not present. Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Todd and members of the committee. My name is Aria Juliet Castillo. I'm testifying on behalf of Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action in strong support of HB 322. We've submitted written testimony, and I just wanted to briefly emphasize this. We constantly ask young people to engage in our democracy, but engagement must be accessible. HB 322 removes unnecessary procedural barriers, so participation is as easy as possible. In a study by the Center for American Progress, automatic voter registration helped register more than 116,000 people in Oregon who were unlikely to have registered otherwise. 40% of those registered through AVR were under the age of 30, compared to just 13% under traditional systems. HB 322 improves accuracy of voter rolls, reduces administrative burdens, and strengthens participation without compromising election integrity. We're very grateful for Chair Todd to recognizing the importance of this measure and for adding HB 2 to today's agenda. Mahalo for your leadership and ensuring this important conversation continues forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have testimony from Christine Andrews in support on Zoom. Not present. Members, everyone who identified themselves as attending, also comments from the City and County of Honolulu Department of Customer Services and the Office of the City Clerk, as well as sorry, and then three other individuals in opposition and 16 in support. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Please just state your name and censor for the record.
Cameron Hurt. I submitted my testimony at like noon today, and I mailed it to the chair to make sure that it be included in the record. Really quick, we're gonna stand on that written testimony, but I do wanna highlight some key points in that testimony that I did submit. First being the cost. We currently have a partial AVR system currently. Therefore, the cost is extremely minimum, costing $35 the initial year while saving $1.1 million in subsequent presidential election years. So we're talking about after fully committing to this program, we will be saving money fiscally. I also want to talk about election security. We all want people who vote to be authorized voters and legal voters. Going through the DMV is exactly how you get your voter ID that people would like to see. Therefore, we know that the DMV system matches directly with our voting system. So we can ensure that we are not getting ineligible voters to vote on our job. Now, if they try to defraud the government, that will be on them. And that is a way, there are ways to filter that out and get caught. We also know that people are asked to right now opt into the system. This doesn't really help the people that we're trying to target the most, being our Keiki and our Kapuna. Our Keiki, who I sat with a bunch of students on the west side 2 weeks ago, all of them seniors, half of them have state IDs and driver's license. Asked them if they opted in to get their voter registration. They said they didn't even realize that that was a question. Our Kapuna, who are constantly, we just talked about the sandwich generation. Many are having to move in with family members or adjusting to different lifestyles. As they're moving and in this phase of their life, they're not thinking about their voter registration. So theirs is not getting updated. These are all ways that the system ensures election integrity, ensures financial responsibility, and ensures that we are targeting the communities that we need to be ensuring this for the most. Lastly, I'll say this to any opposition that may come from the implementation of it all. We're doing it now. All we're saying is an opt-out instead of opt-in. Saying that we can't do it from a logistical standpoint because we have an opt-out system does not make sense, because if every voter in the state goes in tomorrow and decides to opt into voting, you're essentially saying, well, we can't do it, so we just have a program that doesn't work. The program works. AVR works. The proof is in the data, the proof is in the money saved, and the proof is in voter participation. It won't be a single silver bullet that solves all our problems, but AVR mixed with other things that you guys are doing in different sectors across this building will help improve voter turnout. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please just state your name and stance for the record and you can proceed.
Sure. My name is Tara Malia Gregory.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Mahalo for the time to testify today. I am a community advocate and an educator on civics who has consistently participated in elections commission meetings over the past 2 years. And I'm testifying in opposition to HB 322. I do also stand on the testimony of Ms. Detweiler, who just spoke. So for the past 2 years, I have listened carefully, sometimes 5 or 6 hours at a time on these meetings about public discussion regarding voter roll maintenance and ballot reconciliation and USPS tracking data and county level reporting consistency. I just want to share with the committee that late last year, a commission review reported an enormous amount of discrepancies. One island, the Big Island, approximately 19,000. Those ballots were discussed between USPS tracking data and election reporting figures. While these explanations were offered, that discussion underscored that reconciliation, transparency, and audit conversation remain active. These are public concerns. So before expanding automatic voter registration, we should demonstrate that the system we already maintain has been comprehensively and independently reviewed and is publicly trusted. Before adding new volume to our voter rolls, we have a responsibility to safeguard the accuracy and verification standards of the voters already registered. So I just want to be clear that I do support eligible voters registering. I support participation. However, expanding enrollment through administrative default is not the same as cultivating civic engagement. The perception of simply having more names on a voter roll is not the example we should set for our keiki. We had a testifier say that somehow her dog was automatically registered. I can only imagine what an automatic registration in the DMV with some sort of leak could actually, what the fruit of that would be. So we should be encouraging voters to be invigorated through civic education, informed participation, meaningful engagement in their communities, not by relying primarily on automatic enrollment mechanisms. And at the federal level, the SAVE Act prioritizes eligibility verification before enrollment. HB 322 takes a different approach. So access and integrity must advance together. For these reasons, I respectfully oppose HB 322 as written. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna move on to HB 146, HD1, relating to the judiciary's Olelo Hawaii initiatives.
We have testimony from the judiciary with comments.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, aloha mai kapu. My name is Johanna Choptam, and I am the administrator of the Olelo Hawaii program for the judiciary. And I wanted to mahalo you folks for your support and let you guys know that we do have an operational, a permanent operational budget as of the legislative session of 2024. So we just wanted to let you know that. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony and support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and one individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Thank you. Any questions? All right, moving on to HB 1247, HD1, relating to criminal proceedings.
We have the judiciary with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Wong. I'm the staff attorney for the criminal divisions of the First Circuit and also for Judiciary Administration. We stand on our written testimony and we take no position on the intent of the proposed legislation. I just want to point out that this bill will provide a process outside of Rule 40 of the Hawaii Rules of Penal Procedure for judicial review of minimum term orders issued by the Hawaii Paroling Authority. In light of that, we would respectfully request a delayed effective date of June 30th, 2027 in order to permit us time to promulgate the rules necessary to create this process. In addition, I just wanted to add that given the Hawaii Paroling Authority's testimony at last year's hearing, that there were approximately 1,100 minimum term hearings in 2024, this bill may require additional resources somewhere down the line for the judiciary and probably other entities. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Office of the Public Defender in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Haley Chang. I'm the First Deputy of the State of Hawaii Office of the Public Defenders. We stand in support of this measure with some comments that I'll get to, but I just wanted to frame the issue for those who may not be as familiar with how our indeterminate term sentencing works and who may not have a lot of clarity on why minimum term hearings are so critical and why those decisions have such a long lasting impact. Our sentencing scheme in Hawaii is such that if the court orders prison rather than probation, it is an indeterminate open term of incarceration designated by the class of offense. That's generally, there are some exceptions to that, but that is generally how it works. So if it's a Class C felony, you will get an open 5-year term. A Class B felony, no matter what the underlying offense is, it's an open 10-year term. For most Class A's, it is an open 20-year term. And then of course, for the most serious offenses, it is life with or without parole. The role of the Hawaii Paroling Authority is they determine the minimum term of incarceration you must serve before you can become eligible for parole. And that is done strictly by the Hawaii Paroling Authority. So we want to first acknowledge why this measure is so significant, because review of that and a meaningful opportunity to challenge that decision is critical. The current procedure as outlined in the measure is arduous. It is time consuming, and most significantly, you do not have the right to counsel, as Rule 40 petitions are considered a civil proceeding. Currently, the only ways to meaningfully challenge your minimum term is if you have completed 1/3 of your existing term. The Hawaii Paroling Authority will consider a minimum reduction. However, that is not what we consider to be a meaningful opportunity. It's what they call a paper review. So there's no hearing, there's no opportunity to make live argument. It is essentially an application that is reviewed and then can be summarily denied. Or the other option is a Rule 40 petition. So we support and want the right to counsel for these things. It is critical. We believe this is an extension of the criminal system, and you should have an attorney the way that you are afforded one in other criminal matters. However, is as difficult as it is to say this, the Office of the Public Defender has incredibly limited resources. As you heard from the judiciary, the parole board set over 1,000 minimum term hearings in one calendar year. Majority of those minimum terms, I can assure you, were represented, were public defender clients, meaning we represented them at those proceedings. We absolutely do not have the capacity to do that without additional resources. We have noted in our testimony that we believe it would require 3 additional attorneys and a paralegal to process those petitions, file those petitions, have those hearings if they're granted, and so forth. I think you can imagine the workload that would take. Currently, our appellate division in our office is comprised of about 4 or 5 attorneys. They handle the majority of the parole matters statewide, and they handle all of our appellate work as well. Our trial attorneys do minimum term hearings for their own clients, but the Oahu Appellate Division often handles our neighbor island matters as well. So I say all of this, as heartbreaking as it is, we want to help as many people as we can, but we want to be able to provide them meaningful help and be resourced that way. The other alternative is, if this measure is to go forward without additional appropriations for the public defender, is that we will have to, as we've had to previously, say that we are beyond our capacity and court-appointed counsel will have to be appointed. So I share all of that just to kind of frame the issue. I don't want to take up too much time. I know you have a very busy agenda today. But we support and extremely understand the need and support the need for something like this, and just ask that we be resourced properly in order to affect that purpose. Thank you, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they'll be joining us. Also, please note testimony in opposition from the County of Hawaii Office of the Prosecuting Attorney. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? Okay, Rep. Hartsfield.
I have a question for judiciary. Thank you. We heard testimony from the Public Defender's Office about the capacity issues that would arise if this bill were to pass. And I'm curious as to whether or not a similar type of impact would occur to the judiciary if this bill were to pass.
Thank you for the question, Rep. Yes, it would likely be similar. I mean, we're gonna have to hear all of the hearings, whether we actually have, depending on how the rule ends up being promulgated, whether we actually have hearings for every single petition, whether or not we can weed out the ones that aren't proper for a hearing ahead of time. Somebody's still gonna have to do all of that, and it's kind of anticipated that everybody would have an opportunity to file this petition. So anybody who gets set for a minimum term.
And then a follow-up question is, I'm aware that the Public Defender's Office is a statewide office, but in terms of the judiciary, if this bill were passed, would the hearings be in one particular court or would they be statewide on each island?
So they would likely be statewide on each island because you would be, the petition would go to the sentencing judge. So whoever actually sentenced that defendant would probably hear that petition. So we would probably have more of them here on Oahu, but they would be statewide.
So who would incur the cost for travel for a person who, would contest their sentencing?
So if they were at Halava, or at in Arizona already, or perhaps they've been sent to Arizona, we would likely and probably put in the rule that it would be via video conference for that individual, with the, there may be some provisions for in person, but we would probably try to make as many of those petitions heard via video conference.
Alright, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're gonna be moving on to HB 1519, HD1, relating to campaign contributions.
We have the State Procurement Office with comments.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Monica Hakui, Administrator, State Procurement Office, will stand on our written testimony providing comments. Mahalo.
Thank you. Campaign Spending Commission in support on Zoom. Oh, in person.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and members of the committee, Christy Chang from the Campaign Spending Commission. The commission supports this bill as we believe it will prevent corruption, or at least the appearance of that, but does make a few comments. And we note that the bill extends, right now there's a current ban on contributions from state contractors and county contractors during the life of the contract, and extends, this bill extends that to their officers, compensated officers and their immediate family. But it's limited to the branch of government awarding the contract, and also doesn't extend to county officers and their immediate family. The commission believes that this undermines the intent of the bill and would recommend, and would not capture all aspects of corruption, would recommend removing those restrictions. And then also regarding, it also applies to grants and grantees, grantors and grantees. Right now that threshold is at $250,000 for grants exceeding that. A review of the state legislator website, it indicates there's many grants that would not be captured at this threshold, including some capital improvement projects. So we would recommend lowering that threshold to 100,000. And then also the definition, we would prefer the definition of House Bill 2052 because we believe that more accurately describes the individuals that we encounter in our office. And then also compensated, that, you know, we do believe that there are situations where uncompensated officers do influence legislation and could benefit from this. And then if this bill were to pass, we would request appropriation to pay for the password protection section. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have testimony from Gregory Misakian in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am in support of this measure, and I do ask that you do listen to the last testifier because it was intriguing. I did read through it, but there are some things that she just mentioned that I'm sure are something that you'll need to look at more carefully. As I mentioned earlier, I am a member of the Good Government Caucus, and I've been actively supporting all of the ethics and campaign spending bills that I can. I've got some more to testify on. I will say this from my personal experience. I have one bill that I was, fortunate enough to have introduced, but as it goes, even though it's going to help over 30% of the population in the state, it wasn't introduced to committee for a hearing. And when you look at the campaign donations for that particular bill, I won't get into any details. It's very clear that those opposing it are giving large donations to the chairs of the committees, especially the subject matter committees. It's very concerning to me, and that needs to stop. And I know this is an element of that, but there's a number of bills I'll be speaking on in just a moment. So I appreciate that you pass all of these good government, I'll say good twice, measures, because they're very important to the public. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us today. Also testimony in support from 3 organizations and 27 individuals, as well as 1 individual in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Please state your name and stand for the record, and then you can proceed.
Cameron Hurt, Common Cause, and strong support. We've been pushing this for 2 years. At the end of the day, I'll keep it brief and keep it simple. It's a loophole closing. So it's not about the people in this room who are doing what's right. What we're looking at is how can this system be exploited? How can this system be taken advantage of by the worst of us who may sit in you guys' very seat 50 years from now, because you guys aren't gonna lose election, right? So when we're thinking about that, we're looking at how can we close some of these outstanding campaign finance loopholes that can be taken advantage of, that can seat people who may not have the people's best interests as their primary interest first and foremost. That, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
I'll start. I have a brief question for the Campaign Spending Commission. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't, as far as I can tell, this would require you folks to maintain a kind of master list in the system, password protected.
Yes.
But it wouldn't require it to be interactive with the filing.
No, it would be, what we're envisioning, actually, we just had a conversation this morning with Maplight, who is building out our electronic filing system to sort of talk through if this were to pass, how that would look. So we're sort of thinking it would be a separate login system. It would not be in conjunction with the regular filings and with the contract that would have to log into.
I guess my thought process, and this is like kind of inside baseball if you haven't actually done a campaign spending, filing, right? Right now, if you don't put in donor information and you have an aggregate amount over X number of dollars, it'll automatically flag it for you if you don't have the right disclosures. My concern with this, and I support the bill and its intent, is that we don't really know who the contractors are, and this is adding an additional layer of verification for what is already a very tedious process. Whereas it seems like this could just be built in automatically. You put in a donor name, and I get that you're gonna have spelling issues. It could get complicated, but with AI, I would imagine that wouldn't be too complicated, honestly, to have those things line up, where it would just flag it and be like, hey, this guy's not allowed. You gotta escheat the money or return the donation.
Yes, I think that's I think as part of asking for the appropriation, those are things definitely we would discuss with the vendor. Because obviously we want it to be as user friendly as possible, also, not only for having the contractors to log that information, but also for candidates and elected officials to be able to do that. So those are things that we could share with our vendor to try to build out that program.
Sure. And then I think this basically, it would require those agencies to report to you folks, so you guys can maintain the list. But it doesn't have a requirement on here for you to provide like an periodic update to campaigns digitally or anything like that. Would that be something that would make sense to, like, every month here's an updated list? Because I think part of my concern is there are 6-month gaps right now on reporting deadlines.
Yes.
So if we have a 30-day window, the list is updated, but people aren't checking the system. They're only really checking when they're filing for the most part, right? Would that be possible too? That seems like it's relatively cost neutral, right?
I think so. I think we would have to sort of talk about that internally. We do have a small staff, so I think trying to figure out how we would do that and building it out. But definitely, we appreciate that feedback because we would, like I said, would want to make it as user friendly and make it beneficial to everybody.
Okay, got you. Members, any additional questions? Rep. Caruso?
I have a question. Sure. For you actually. So in part one, section 1, 1A, it specifies that this would prohibit making or promising to make contributions to the candidate committee of a candidate who is a member of or seeking election to the same branch of the state government that exercises authority over the awarding or administration of the contract. And I'm wondering that doesn't seem to capture legislators.
Yes,
because is that a accurate reading?
That's how we read it, and
You
that's
read
why
it as capturing the legislature?
No,
or
that it doesn't. It's only to the branch that is actually executing that, and our understanding is primarily the executive branch. That's why in our testimony, we requested or recommended removing that.
I saw that in your testimony, and so that's why I was rereading the language, and I'm wondering if there's a way to amend the language so that it's not just exercising authority over the awarding or administration of the contract, but I am wondering how you would amend that language.
I think we would want to remove it and not have it just apply to the branch of government. It would just be for any contracts that are with
For any candidate committee.
Yes.
And in that way, it could also apply to candidates for county office as well.
Well, right now, this bill, in this House Draft 1, it was removed, the county was removed from
Right.
that.
Yeah.
And our, obviously, there are issues at that level, so that's why we would want that to be put back into the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Additional questions for while you're up here? Anyone? Okay. Any additional questions on the measure in general? All right. Oh,
Just a fact,
going.
Sure. I'm with my colleague over here. And could you repeat that about county candidates? It was originally in the bill.
Yes, in House Bill 1519, that was in the bill, and then at the hearing before the Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Committee, it was removed. I think during that testimony or during the decision making, it seems like Rep. Tarnas was under the impression that I guess they got some feedback from the county about administering that, so I think wanted to remove it for now. I don't know at what point wanted to put it back in, but I think wanted to just address the state. But this isn't our bill, this is a bill that we're responding to and trying to get it in alignment with what we would like to see.
Sure, and then I think it is on page 9, it talks about contributions, right, state and county, but it talks about state grantees, but not county, because counties,
Yes.
individuals get grants too.
Yes, that was removed as well, to just apply to state, but we would want it to be all encompassing.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Great. Anyone else? No? Thank you very much. Okay. See, wait. All right. Next, we're gonna be moving on to HB 1525, HD1 relating to elections.
We have the Office of Elections in support.
We'll stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you. The Hawaii County Office of the County Clerk with comments on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Todd, members of the House Committee on Finance, appreciate the opportunity to provide a written testimony, and I'm just making myself here available today should your committee have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Aria Juliet Castillo testifying on behalf of Hawaii Alliance for Progressive Action. Strong support of HB 1525. Healthy democracy depends on real access to voting and clear, reliable information. Voter service centers are essential. While we understand the operational limitations the counties have shared, the answer cannot be the status quo. If anything, these challenges point to the need for greater investment in staffing, equipment, outreach, and infrastructure. Voter service centers should be uniformly open and operating at the same time frame. This is about giving voters meaningful choice and ensuring that no vote gets left uncast. No voter should have to drive over an hour or wait an hour in line to cast their ballot. Based on the public feedback from the last several hearings on this issue, one of the most important components in this bill is actually increasing voter education. Hawaii has an excellent vote-by-mail system and beneficial voter service centers, yet too many people still do not understand that the centers are open for 10 days. The process is the same as traditional in-person voting, and we have offered same-day registration. We strongly support statewide distribution of the voter information guide. We love ballot tracks, but it only works if voters know about it and actively sign up. I was really disappointed to hear testimony suggesting the number of in-person voter service centers of people that were served was being weighed against the cost, as if servicing fewer people made the service less valuable. Democracy is not a cost per customer calculation. We do not know people's circumstances, whether they're first-time voters, recently moved, had a ballot rejected, experienced mail delays, or were just newly energized or simply felt more secure voting in person. Every voter deserves to be treated with dignity and without judgment. This bill strengthens access, clarity, and trust in our elections. For these reasons, we respectfully urge your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Christine Andrews in support on Zoom. Not present. We have Gregory Misakian in support on Zoom.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Greg Misakian, and I echo what the representative from HAPA just said. I was born in the 60s. I'm originally from Boston, and I used to vote often at every election in Massachusetts until I moved to California, and then I voted in California. I lived in Silicon Valley, and I used to vote there in San Jose, and then I moved to San Francisco, and I used to vote there. The easiest voting was when there was a polling place in the building that I lived in, the condominium that I lived in, and I could just go down to the lobby and cast my vote the day of the election. But we also had a service center, so I could go and vote early if I chose to vote early. And sometimes I did that because I was traveling or for whatever reason. And just the ability to be able to go to that service center and place my vote early was helpful. The key with this too is the voter guides. I'm always familiar with voter guides, but when I came to Hawaii, besides the fact that there's only a couple of service centers that are very hard to, for me, it's not that far, but for many people, very hard to get to. The voter information is very limited. It may be online, but we have Kapuna that don't see it. So polling places are still important to me, but the voting centers are absolutely imperative. And the cost, as the representative from HAPA said, the cost is nothing compared to what the cost is when you don't have good elections. Mahalo.
Thank you. Tara Gregory in support on Zoom.
Aloha. Sorry, it took me a second to find the little button. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tara Gregory. I have been engaging in the Elections Commission's discussion for the past several years, and I do actually support this. I read through it. The only red flags are just the accountability measures that are not inside of the bill itself. And I'm glad the county clerks are here. I hope there's questioning surrounding that. I do support funding for the voter information guide, providing households with accurate candidate and ballot information, strengthen civic education and informed participation. I agree with all of that. I just have concerns with the additional appropriations for broad public outreach and engagement campaigns without a larger structural review of the Hawaii's election model as it stands. Currently, we operate under a universal vote by mail system with multi-day voter service centers. Some members of the public, myself included, believe that the long-term conversation about election structure, including the role of in-person election day voting, remains unresolved. So before expanding outreach expenditures, which I do agree should happen, and I do like 1, 2, and 3, but it has to be with limitations because it has to be prioritized that the legislature should first evaluate whether the underlying structure of our voting system is the one we intend to maintain as we move forward. Public funds should not expand engagement mechanisms without clarity around long-term structural direction and measurable accountability standards. There's nothing being measured right now. Regarding HAVA and NRVA, those aren't even being abided by as it stands. So while I do agree with the intention of it, and I love everything being proposed, unfortunately from the chain of custody, multiple discrepancies, and just where we are with communication between state and county and the people of Hawaii, I believe that these structural questions should be addressed and they should be clearly defined what the oversight is going to be in the process. So mahalo for the time to speak today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is everyone who indicated that they would be joining us. Also, testimony with comments from the Office of the City Clerk for the City and County of Honolulu, 2 organizations and 36 individuals in support and 1 individual in opposition. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
David Hurt, Common Cause Hawaii, in support. We support this bill. Just like in Latin habeas corpus, habeas voltaxis, you shall have the vote. Give the people the vote where they are. Should that vote be by mail, then increase voter drop off and have vote by mail. But what we saw in our day of general election voting is that we did not have the service centers. We're talking about people who had 1 hour off of work to travel from North Shore to Kapolei. We're talking about people who had 1 hour off of work who had to travel from Kailua to town. Now, the pushback to this is we have vote by mail. We have early voting. We do have that. And all of that is beneficial and it's great and it does help our voting system. However, if we don't have strong day of voting, then we're actually leaving ourselves open for a question of how much we're in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Because somebody having to drive potentially 3 hours, whether it be from traffic, distance, or whatever circumstances have you, to cast their vote on the day of the federal election date could become a problem for our state. It's also a thing to where we cannot replace voting with one form of voting over the other. All forms of secured voting need to be promoted. And we're not saying you have to have 15 places on election day, but the idea that there shouldn't be 4 in every main direction, at least of this island, is absolutely unacceptable for us. And that's just on Oahu. We know that people on Lanai and Molokai have to even register to vote between a certain block of when those pop-up shops can be there, or the voter centers pop-ups can be there. What we're asking is for something to be secured for the people who prefer to vote in person on the day of election, and make sure that they have the opportunity to do that without being disenfranchised. We also are clearly going to support civic engagement. We're doing that as an organization. We would love to do that in tandem with the state at any level to drive turnout and participation regardless of party affiliation. Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna be moving on. We're gonna be on HB 2046 relating to the Olelo Hawaii Commission.
I have the University of Hawaii in support on Zoom.
Aloha nui oko, Ka'u Kimura, I'm the director of the College of Hawaiian Language, Kahakaula o Ke'elipoleni at the University of Hawaii at Hilo. I stand on our written testimony in support. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony in support from the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission and 6 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
Aloha mai kako, Chair Todd and Vice Chair. This is Deja Ostrowski with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I also have with me our trustee Akaka, as well as our Chair Emerita, Trustee Hulu Lindsay, in the audience today. We submitted testimony with comments. We had suggested that the commission membership be amended to include the Hawaii Lexicon Committee, and that is the committee of individuals that make up the Hawaiian language professionals who make sure that when we have modern day terms that they reflect the past of the language as well as the present, and they're the ones who monitor and use the Vehi Vehi online dictionary. So we just provided those suggestions. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, and apologies, I do have Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Okay, thank you, so it's listed.
Okay, anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Seeing none, moving on to HB 2050 HD1 relating to partial public financing of elections.
We have the Campaign Spending Commission in support.
Good afternoon again, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and members of the committee. Christy Chang on behalf of the Campaign Spending Commission. The commission strongly supports, this is our bill that we introduced as a way to boost our existing partial public financing program, which is mandated by the state constitution and has not changed since 1995. Just a couple of highlights that this bill does: it increases the expenditure limit for elected officials by 20%, increases the maximum amount of public funds available for all offices, increases the amount of qualifying contributions required for OHA trustees from $1,500 to $5,500 in the aggregate, and also provides a downward adjustment of the minimum amounts to qualify for partial public financing for the prosecutor, for city and county, and counties of Honolulu, Kauai, and the mayor's office, office of county council for Maui. And then also increases the matching from 1-to-1 to 2-to-1. If this bill were to pass, we would need appropriation. Right now, we have approximately $2.4 million in our special fund, which is enough to fund just one election. So it would just be for the primary, not for the general. So in order to run the program for one full cycle, we would need a matching for that amount. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Have Gregory Misakian in support on Zoom.
Aloha again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Greg Nasekian. I'm in full support of this bill. I would point out that the most important aspect of this bill is potentially how rich you are, or how rich your friends may be, or how many people, whether they're your friends or not, or you want to be friends, or how much money you can get personally. But I think just to have the fairest, cleanest playing field for an election is that every candidate gets the same amount of money. And it can be, for certain positions, obviously from an executive branch or from the legislative branch, it can be a certain set amount, but that each candidate gets the same amount. I would suggest, and I put this in my written testimony, and I don't know if this is possible, have a public pool of money. You want to donate, you donate into the pool, and it's divided evenly across the candidates. So if you know you have a candidate in the game, then you just put your money in and it's going to be split evenly. Republican, Democrat, Independent, everybody gets the same amount. Have a subsidy for the state to go into that, and everybody gets the same amount. It's not fair the way it is now. It never has been. We see that from a national level, and I would appreciate that maybe you could look at that in the future. I know you're not going to do it for this one, but I do support this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everybody indicating they'd be joining us in person. Also testimony in support from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, 3 organizations and 19 individuals. Sorry, Oha?
Yes, aloha. Sorry. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I did just want to point out in the testimony, OHA has amendments, and that is just because we understand that the expenditure limits for each of the candidates are set in HRS 11423D. We're requesting that there be amendment that reflects the number of votes that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs trustees receive in the general election, which is comparable to the lieutenant governor. So the trustees receive votes upwards of 300,000 voters, and so we're asking for that multiplier to reflect the parity of a statewide race. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, additional written testimony from 3 organizations and 19 individuals all in support and 1 individual in opposition. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
I'd like to testify briefly. Tara Gregory. Aloha once again. Mahalo for the time to speak. I do support this bill, and I do advocate for the same structure that was requested by Mr. Masakian earlier. So I would like to stand on his testimony as well. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to HB 2054, HD1, relating to the Campaign Spending Commission's electronic filing system.
We have the Campaign Spending Commission in support.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, and members of the committee. Christy Chang from Campaign Spending Commission. This is also a commission bill. This is basically a housekeeping bill. As we modernize our electronic filing system, we noticed that in the statute there are some language in there that requires actual filing the document with us. So what this does is to conform that language with our electronic filing system. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Members, also testimony from 1 other organization who indicated they would not be joining us. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? No?
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. It's not easy.
Just comment. Good job, good job. Okay, moving on to HB 2062 HD1, relating to gun violence prevention.
We have the Department of Law Enforcement in support.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, Deputy Director Isabella Fridili, on behalf of Director Mike Lambert. We stand on our submitted written testimony in support of this bill. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you. The Hawaii Firearms Coalition in opposition on Zoom. Not present. Giffords Gun Owners for Safety in support on Zoom.
Aloha, Chairman Todd, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Susan Trombley. I am a gun owner. I am the mother of a school shooting survivor. I'm a retired teacher who had a student in my 8th grade classroom with a gun. I am a domestic violence survivor. I support legislation for the enforcement of gun violence protective orders to increase safety for all of us. I support legislation to conduct public awareness campaigns on gun violence protective orders. Education is essential for safety. Protecting victims of gun violence is necessary for the safety of all of us. According to Giffords Gun Owners for Safety research, in the United States, more than 125 people die every day from gun violence. 25 million United States adults have been threatened or non-fatally injured by an intimate partner with a firearm. Gun violence is the leading cause of death among all children in the United States. Access to guns make it 5 times more likely that a woman will be killed by an abusive intimate partner. I urge you to continue to keep our community safe. Support HB 2062. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. We have Michael Rice in opposition on Zoom.
Aloha, Mike Rice, speaking as an individual. I'm in opposition to this bill as currently written, mostly because of the gun violence protection orders or the red flag laws as they're known. On their own, they are unconstitutional by violating due process. And like, do we really need an ad campaign to let people know that, hey, if Jim's, threatening to kill his wife and kids, you can call the police and we can take his guns away? That's just somewhat moronic. I mean, and as I said in my written testimony, gun violence protection orders have been used to harass and have even resulted in some unintended deaths, which could result in lawsuits over wrongful killings. As we've seen, situations where, 10 o'clock at night, somebody hears is, please open the door. They don't hear police open the door. They just hear somebody banging on their door at 10 o'clock at night or 5 in the morning. So they go to the door armed and gun. And that's how we get people dying, because somebody called the cops on them because, they didn't like that they said they supported Trump or something like that, which has happened. There's a case in Florida that did that. I stand on my written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Zane Dalgamoni in support.
Yeah, to leave.
Oh, okay. If he comes back, we can bring him up. Dennis Dunn in support on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanouchi. I'm Dennis Dunn. I'm the retired director of the Victim Witness Kokua Services in the Honolulu Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and I've been a victim advocate for almost 50 years. I'm providing this testimony in full support. House Bill 2062, House Draft 1. This proposes an appropriation for the judiciary to help underwrite the cost of an anticipated increase in the use of gun violence protection orders that are projected to occur in connection with the educational efforts of the State Department of Law Enforcement. Promoting the use of GVPOs through another appropriation to DLE for that purpose is also incorporated into the bill. Gun violence protection orders are an effective tool to quickly remove firearms from the possession of individuals determined by a judge to be an imminent danger to themselves or others. While this important violence prevention tool has been available since 2019, its usage has been very limited due to primarily the lack of awareness by the public. This is indeed unfortunate in the face of an increasing number of gun violence incidents in Hawaii, including a disturbing increase in the number of gun-related suicides, which are often neglected when we talk about gun violence. There is clear evidence from other states in which the gun violence protection orders are more extensively used that they can effectively prevent to help prevent gun deaths and injuries. Has been said so many times, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. House Bill 2062, House Draft 1 represents a significant and worthwhile investment in violence prevention. I strongly urge the members of the committee to support this bill and as a concrete contribution to reducing gun violence in our state. I thank you for your time and consideration. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony with comments from the judiciary, support from the Hawaii State Association of Counties, and 3 organizations and 47 individuals, as well as 36 individuals in opposition and 1 providing comments. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Aloha.
Okay, I guess please just state your name and your stance and you may proceed.
All right. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tara Malia Gregory again, Hawaii resident. I approach this issue with deep respect. I do oppose it. And it's for those who have experienced loss due to gun violence. The pain of those families is real and prevention does matter. However, respectfully, I do oppose HB 2062 as it's written. Act 150 already allows for gun violence protective orders. So this bill doesn't reform that framework. It expands the funding to increase processing and promotion of those orders. So when we're dealing with constitutional rights, funding expansion should follow careful evaluation of due process protections. Gun violence protective orders can be issued ex parte. That means firearms may be seized before the individual has had an opportunity to defend themselves in court. While there are mechanisms for hearings, the initial deprivation occurs first. So before expanding staffing and public awareness campaigns, the legislature could examine a couple of things, maybe the evidentiary standards, safeguards against misuse or false petitions, timelines for return of property. It's a big one. Clear accountability, reporting on how many orders are granted, denied, and overturned. Public safety and constitutional rights must not be treated as opposing values, just balanced carefully. So I believe our focus could and should prioritize early mental health intervention, crisis response resource, and support services, rather than expanding enforcement mechanisms that can remove rights before adjudication. So for these reasons, I respectfully oppose HB 2062 as written. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you. Anybody
Thank
else
you.
on? Oh, thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Alright, members, any questions? Nope, we're gonna move on to the next item, HB 2095 HD1, relating to the judiciary.
We have the judiciary in support.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenuchi, members of the committee, Brandy Kimura, Administrative Director of the courts. I thank you for hearing this measure, which is the judiciary's supplemental appropriations for this upcoming fiscal year. In light of the time, I'm available for questions, as are many administrators and subject matter experts from the judiciary, but other than that, stand in strong support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hawaii Children's Action Network speaks in support on Zoom. Nicole. Okay, that's okay. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us. Also, additional support from 2 organizations and 2 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? While you're here, we will be deferring decision making to line things up more closely with the executive budget, just in case you got stuff to do. Okay. Next bill, we have HB 2250 HD1, making appropriations for claims against the state, its officers, or its employees. Oh, now I feel bad.
Oh.
You just let them go, it's fine.
They can zoom in next time, it's okay.
Department of Hawaiian Homelands in support.
The department stands on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation in support. Not present. Department of the Attorney General in support.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Deputy Attorney General Skylar Cruz on behalf of the Department of the Attorney General. So this bill seeks appropriations for claims against the state, its officers, and its employees. The bill contains 27 claims that total a little over $18.5 million. Attachment A provides a brief description of each claim in the bill. Since the bill was last amended in the HD1, one new claim was resolved that totals $800,000.
To satisfy this additional claim, the department requests that the bill be increased for the appropriation in the amount of $800,000 to be paid from the general fund. Attachment B provides a brief description of the new claim. Including the new claim, the appropriation request totals about $19.3 million allocated among 28 claims. In addition, the department respectfully requests that the bill be amended to include the docket number for the claim identified as United States Environmental Protection Agency Region 9 versus State of Hawaii Department of Agriculture, which appears on page 2, lines 19 through 21 of the bill. We respectfully request passage of this bill with amendments to add the new claim, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's everybody who indicated they would be joining us. Also, testimony and support from DLNR, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Education, and one individual. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom? Yes, please just state your name and your stance and go ahead.
Thank you, Greg Misakian again. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Unfortunately, I haven't read this bill, but I understand from the preamble, just the very beginning of it, and I only want to make a comment, so I'm not supporting it or not supporting it. But I will say that if anyone within the state or any state department is found guilty of something, and there's a claim against the state or any city official, county official, state official, I mean, I'll extend it to county, but I know that's separate. So let's stick with state. That if it's found that they're guilty, it's adjudicated in court, clearly through a judicial proceeding, that somehow there always needs to be reimbursement or loss of pension or loss of future wages. And I see this time and time again, and we know what happened in the past with the former police chief, and I think he still owes a couple $100,000 back. But that's a concern. I just want to raise that concern here for food for thought. Mahalo.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Seeing none, next item is HB 2289 HD1 relating to the expenditure ceiling on the automatic victim information and notification system special fund.
Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and Support.
I'm Tali Dagasco with Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation System Notification Services Office. We stand in our written testimony submitted by directors. I'll be available.
Thank you. Crime Victim Compensation Commission, in support. Not present. And Dennis Dunn in support on Zoom.
Thank you again, Chair and Vice Chair. Dennis Dunn here again. Testifying in strong support of House Bill 2289, House Draft 1. This bill is intended to lift the current expenditure ceiling for the Savin Special Fund. I was fortunate enough to be involved in the development, and it was probably one of the biggest developments in terms of victims' rights and services in the state of Hawaii, the development of the State Automated Victim and Notification System. The establishment of it, well, at the time it seemed like a $600,000 cap was appropriate. The ability and flexibility to manage the program as it currently exists, which is much broader in scope, needs much more flexibility. And I think that the $600,000 cap is no longer applicable. Victims rely on this system daily, and it is important that there's adequate funding to make sure that every time someone is released, a victim who has requested notification receives it on a reliable basis. Thank you very much, and mahalo for hearing this bill.
Thank you. That's everyone who indicated they'd be joining us. Additional testimony and support from the City County of Honolulu Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, County of Hawaii Office of the Prosecuting Attorney, and the Hawaii State Commission on the Status of Women. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, do we have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to HB 2309 HD1 relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920.
We have the Department of Hawaiian Homelands in support.
Joe stands on increasing testimony in strong support of this measure.
Thank you. Also, we have support from 2 individuals who indicated they would not be joining us. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify?
OHA Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deja Ostrowski for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs again. OHA is testifying in support. We support this measure because it expands the eligible successorship to reflect the lived reality of our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. So we thank you for support of this measure.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? No? Okay, HB 2578 HD1 relating to due process for establishing personal liability for tax.
Have the Department of Taxation with comments.
Department stands on its written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Tax Foundation of Hawaii with comments on Zoom. Not present. Additional testimony and support from 1 individual who did not indicate they would be joining us. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Any questions, members? All right, we're on our last measure. HB 2584 HD1 relating to the Public Land Trust.
Department of Land and Natural Resources with comments. Not present. Office of Hawaiian Affairs in support.
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takanuchi, members of the committee, Lena Alale on behalf of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and I'm joined by Trustee Lindsay, who is the immediate past chair of the office and is also the chair of the Public Land Trust Working Group, which is in the process of conducting the audit and inventory to get a more precise, current and updated number on the 20% share to OHA. So I'd like to mahalo the committee for scheduling this important bill for hearing. When we talk about OHA's pro rata share of the public land trust revenue, we're not just talking about money. For many of our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, this is a matter of history and justice delayed. As you all know, the public land trust is comprised primarily of Crown and government land seized from the Kingdom of Hawaii and now held in trust by the state of Hawaii, transferred pursuant to the Admissions Act, again for 5 trust purposes, one of which is the betterment of the conditions of Native Hawaiians. And the people of Hawaii enshrined and ratified that mandate in 1978 when they established the Office of Hawaiian Affairs as the trust vehicle to receive this money on behalf of our beneficiaries, which we expend our programs and services to meet this mandate. And yet, since 1978, OHA has struggled and our beneficiaries have struggled to receive the amount due and affirmed in statute as 20%. So we greatly appreciate the intent of this bill to temporarily raise the annual transfer from public land trust revenues to a number that's more commensurate with what we do know from existing data. As cited in our testimony, there was a 2016 audit conducted by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs that identified at that time the amount that would be due to OHA if we were to fully receive 20% would be $80 million. And to this day, we received $21.5 million. So for the temporary 2-year increase proposed in this bill, we are proposing $50 million per year. And we think this is a fair kind of middle point from what the audit showed, being that the minimum due OHA would be $35 million and the higher end would be $80 million. And also the reason why we've identified this amount is because there is that carry forward account, which we've identified in our testimony, and which is money that's sitting right now in a trust account, which would be available to fulfill this temporary 2-year increase. And these are payments, again, from the agencies that would have already been transferred to OHA as public land trust receipts if there wasn't an existing $21.5 million a year cap. So these monies are essentially already identified for this exact purpose. So we ask you to consider $50 million as the appropriate amount for this 2-year period, during which we hope the Public Land Trust Working Group will be able to fulfill its mandate. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Land and Natural Resources, I just called you previously, but did you want to specify
I think.
comments?
Hi. The Department of Land and Natural Resources. We provided written comments. I think the really the highlight is, the Public Land Trust Working Group is doing their work to make that determination. And with regard to the work of the group itself, I do wanna emphasize that there was funding requests to continue that work. Those have not been funded. One potential idea that we have is maybe using the carry forward trust account funds to help with the that work, so that we can get the accurate inventory and also get the accurate accounting going. That's our idea. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Department of the Attorney General with comments?
Good afternoon, Chair Todd, Vice Chair Takenouchi, members of the committee, Craig Iha, Deputy Attorney General. This bill sets a new annual amount for OHA's Public Land Trust revenue share. But secondly, the bill also says that the payments have to be at least 20% of Public Land Trust revenue. So it's that second part that's problematic. And so the Attorney General recommends amending Section 2 of the bill to remove the 20% requirement. And the reason is that there's currently no legislatively created standards to calculate OHA's pro rata share. And in fact, that's in part what the working group was created to do. And their work is not finished. And without these standards, a 20% requirement is impossible to follow. So there are a number of issues that need to be resolved. So is it 20% of gross or net revenue? Are the revenue streams somehow restricted? So for example, the Hawaii Supreme Court has already ruled that 20% of airport revenues cannot go to OHA because that would violate federal law. What specific kinds of revenue are you going to look at? If a public housing project or a faculty housing project sits on ceded land, does 20% of the rent need to go to OHA? And these are all issues that the legislature would need to sift through. If the 20% has to be transferred, how will that affect the O&M budget? Are there going to be any other shortfalls that need to be made up for from other sources? And these are just a few of the kinds of things that need to be resolved before there can be an effective 20% requirement. And that's why we recommend just deleting that portion from Section 2. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have Kaimo Molstein in support.
Aloha mai kako Kaimo Milstein, ko inoa. Aloha, my name is Kaimo Milstein. I'm a Native Hawaiian beneficiary of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I'm a cultural practitioner. I am a longtime resident of Moanalua Valley. I am a longtime standing member and past president of the Kalihi Palama Hawaiian Civic Club. I have submitted my written testimony in strong support with amendments of the Office of Foreign Affairs. But I also would like to add historical context through these words, ua maui ke'ea, ua ka'aina, i ka pono, spoken by our beloved Mo'i Kamehameha Ekolu in 1843 upon the restoration of his Aupuni Hawaii, his country. These words, ua mau ke'ea kaina I ka pono, affirm that the life, the sovereignty, and breath of the land are perpetuated in righteousness in pono. Pono. It reminds us, kanaka o iwi, that justice, moral integrity, and proper stewardship of the land, malama aina, aloha aina, our country, and we ke kanaka o iwi, kalahui o ke'ia aina, are essential for the survival and prosperity of our lahui, we kanaka o iwi o Hawaii nei. As a continuation of that legacy as spoken by our Mo'i Kamehameha Ekolu, the state of Hawaii adopted these very words as its official state motto. It is not merely symbolic. These very words is a living standard by which governance and leadership, your leadership, and I hear the mana'o by all parties over here, but it comes down to your leadership in making those critical decisions as it relates to the o mau ke o ka aina I ka pono for the betterment of we kanaka oiwi o Hawaii nei, the native peoples of these lands, and the funding that comes from the state of Hawaii is pivotal for meeting its standards. So I ask for your support for this House Bill, House Draft 1 with OHA's amendments, because it will prevail in our mission, in the mission in improving the conditions of Native Hawaiians. So through this Finance Committee and through your ways and means, to uphold Hawaii's adopted state motto requires pono. It requires pono amongst all of us. Passing HB 2584, House Draft 1, with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Amendment is pivotal, and it demonstrates your commitment to uphold our state motto, o mau ke ao ka aina and malama, and meeting the mission of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I strongly support this bill with OHA's amendment. House Draft 1, mahalo nui.
Thank you. We have testimony from Keli'i Makekau in support on Zoom. Not present. That's everyone who indicated they would be joining us. Additional testimony in support from 4 organizations and 40 individuals. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Please state your name and your stance for the record.
Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong favor of the legislation to effectuate the original intent of the reparation to the Hawaiians for what should be honored to the Hawaiians, the 20%. And I'd like to ask the committee to consider an amendment to include the counties into the legislated work group. So OHA, DLNR, DHHL, and the county's Office of DPP, because the counties can expedite if, let's say, there was going to be future land transfers instead of just the funding, right? Because in the past, for what was owed from 1980 to 2022, 200 million of land transfers in Kaka'ako Makai was transferred to substitute as cash payment for what was owed to OHA. And so getting DLNR's Bureau of Conveyances and I think DPP to contribute to the discussion about the recording, the indexing, the digitizing of legal documents related to the Hawaiian Homeland's properties, specifically regarding the 99-year homestead leases, can provide more expedited assistance in getting what is owed to OHA and the Hawaiian people, and to build for the Hawaiian people. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room wishing to testify? Anybody on Zoom?
Members, any questions? Okay, do we have everyone here? Okay, you guys ready to roll straight into decision making? Okay. We're gonna open up with HB 2208 HD1 relating to food security. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? No, if not.
Voting on HB 2208 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Hartsfield.
Aye.
Representative Hussey.
Aye.
Representative Keokapulilai. Aye. Representative Kitagawa.
Aye.
Representative Kush.
Aye.
Representative Lee.
Aye.
Representative Miyake.
Aye.
Representative Morikawa.
Aye.
Representative Caruso.
Aye.
Representative Templo.
Aye.
Representative Yamashita.
Aye.
Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Gideon.
Aye.
Representative Reyes-Oda.
Aye.
Recommendation stopped.
Thank you. At the beginning of our agenda, we voted out HB 2488 HD1, so we'll be moving on third item, HB 1131 HD1, relating to an intensive mobile team pilot program for houseless individuals suffering from serious brain disorders. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none.
Voting on HB 1131 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting the presence of all members who will be counted as present for the votes on the remainder of this agenda unless otherwise announced. Are there any reservations? Are there any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Moving on to HB 1518 HD1, relating to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Nope. Vice Chair.
HB 1518 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1546 HD1, relating to health insurance. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Nope.
HB 1546 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Alcos. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Now we have HB 1972 HD2, relating to taxation. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 1972 HD2, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. We have HB 2114 HD1, relating to human services. The recommendation is to move this forward as is. I did want to note in the committee report that there are some concerns, particularly from the Office of Enterprise Technology Services, that this could be prohibitively expensive depending on how we scale this up, and that they are concerned they're really not the right entity to take on a project like this and are more suited for kind of the back end data governance and maybe helping connect things instead of developing this front facing project themselves. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2114 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. The next item is HB 1668 HD1, relating to Medicaid. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 1668 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1801 HD1, relating to child welfare services. The recommendation of the chair will be to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Nope.
HB 1801 HD1, recommendations pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1975 HD1, relating to Kupuna housing. The recommendation of the chair is to move this forward as is. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 1975 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Moving on to HB 2167 HD1, relating to youth homelessness. Unlike the other ones, we're gonna have to put in a effective date into this bill, so we will be recommending an HD2 noting that effective date. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2167 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next we have relating to tax credits, and we'll have the same recommendation to make sure that the date is defective and recommend moving this forward as an HD2. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Vice Chair.
HB 2214 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next we have HB 322 HD1. Likewise, we're gonna have to move this, we'll recommend moving this forward as an HD2. I think we just need some tech and clarifying language, just for consistency and making sure that it's accomplishing what we're trying to accomplish here. Any questions or comments?
Got comments, Chair.
Mhm.
There was a lot of testimony in regards to this specific bill, and as much as I support the intent, I still question whether or not this is the prudent way to proceed, and I would feel more comfortable if perhaps we did a pilot project to see whether or not the intention can be achieved by what this bill proposes. and therefore I'm gonna be voting with reservations.
Thank you. Anyone with additional comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
HB 322 HD1 recommendations to pass with amendments noting reservations from Representative Hartsfield. Any other reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Reyes Oda and Gideon. Any no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep. Alcos.
Apologies.
Oh.
Change to a no.
Okay. Okay, reservations from Reps Hartsfield and Reyes Oda, no votes for Reps Alcos and Gideon. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 146 HD1 relating to the judiciary's Ulelo Hawaii initiatives. We have a couple of things. Since this was introduced last year, we want to update dates to reflect that a year has passed, to make sure we're not, messing that up. Very important. We'd also, I think that's actually it for this one. So the recommendation would be any necessary technical and clarifying language, including updating some dates. Recommendation is in HD2. Any questions or comments? Seeing none?
HB 146 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep. Reyes Oda. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1247 HD1 relating to criminal proceedings. Recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions, comments?
Chair,
Rep. Hartsfield?
just based on the testimony about the lack of resources and capacity if this bill were to pass, I'm gonna be voting no on this one.
Anyone else?
Reservations.
What is that?
Reservations.
Reservations.
And no.
And no for Rep. K.
HB 1247 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations from Rep. Reyes Oda. Any other reservations? And no votes for Reps Hartsfield and Gideon. Any other no votes?
No vote.
No vote for Rep. Recommendations adopted.
Okay, moving on to HB 1519 HD1, which got quite a bit of attention. The recommendation is going to be to move this forward as is. I wanted to note a couple of things in the committee report, if you'll bear with me. Just drawing attention that future committees may want to consider some of the questions around implementation, including automatic periodic notification to campaigns, updating the no-can list, building into their filing system an automatic flagging of these donors when entering donations online to avoid people kind of trying to do the right thing, but making some mistakes, which could be potentially avoided. And also weighing whether counties or other entities that this is applicable to, maybe this should be a little bit broader in its implementation. And evaluating whether the contract and grant amounts set in the bill are the most appropriate threshold, which is kind of a moving target, I suppose. I think that's all I got. Any questions, comments? Rep. Russo.
I appreciate your notes in the committee report, and I'm gonna be voting with reservations just because I feel like as it's written right now, it doesn't really do anything substantive, and I think the public's expectation would be something a little bit different. So yeah, I have reservations.
I also do want to note for the committee that the Campaign Spending Commission's proposal, the Senate version SB 2530, is being heard by WAM next week for reference. Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 1519 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Rep. Caruso. Any other reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 1525 HD1 relating to elections. Plan is to move this forward as is. I did want to drop a quick brief note into the committee report that future committees may want to weigh the value of some of these measures, as in, if you have a limited pool of money, is there additional value in having more voting centers or sending the guides out or an ad campaign, because they do kind of eat into each other's potential capacity there. So just something for them to consider is weighing the value of those things against one another, because we can't do everything all the time in state government. Any questions or comments? Vice Chair.
HB 1525 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 2046 HD1 relating to the Olelo Hawaii Commission. The chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2, incorporating OHA's suggested amendment. Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2046 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Next, we have HB 2050 HD1 relating to partial public financing of elections. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments?
I have.
Yes.
So I'm gonna be voting, I won't vote no, but I'll vote with reservations as seeing how this kind of moves along. Last year I send out a survey every year to my community, and last year I had asked about full public financing, which came back with the majority of people not in support of that. So this year I thought, well, I'm gonna ask about partial public financing. So we sent out our survey, we just kind of finished getting the results back. We had over 560 people respond, which is the most we've ever had. And so the results came back where over 70% said that they do not support partial public financing, and there was almost 6% that were unsure. And so that to me is a huge percentage. And so I want to acknowledge the voices of the community that participated in this survey. And so for at least for now, to see how it kind of moves forward, I'm going to be voting with reservations, and we'll continue to track this measure.
Thank you. Additional comments? Rep. Gideon?
I'd like to thank the previous representative for the comments, and I will also be voting with reservations.
Thank you. Anything else? Rep. Lee?
We're voting reservations to just, I think the intent is to level the playing field, and I know that we can still donate as much as we can, so people with more money have that. And then also, the fact that we can still get public financing and hire a campaign manager, and some people run stronger campaigns than others. So I think there's still some things that need to be addressed. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Yes, sure.
Yep.
Reservations. I think, like my colleagues, similarly, but I'm actually more interested in the Office of Hawaiian Affairs election, and there really is no parity. They run statewide campaigns for limited seats, and there's really no parity for them. So that would be my reservation.
We can note the concerns in the committee report that the next committee may want to take that up.
Great.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, Vice Chair?
HB 2050 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended, noting reservations for Reps Keokapu Loy, Kitagawa, Lee, and Gideon. Any other reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Anybody else? Any no votes?
No.
No vote for Rep Reyes Oda. Any other no's? Recommendations adopted.
Okay, next we have HB 2054 HD1 relating to the Campaign Spending Commission's electronic filing system. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as an HD2, amended with a defective date. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2054 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 2062 HD1 relating to gun violence prevention. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2062 HD1, recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes?
No vote.
No votes for Reps Alcos and Gideon. Any other no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. And as we announced earlier, we will be deferring decision making on HB 2095 HD1 related to the judiciary to be more closely aligned with when we pass the executive budget. So no announced date and time, but we'll get notice out when appropriate. For HB 2250 HD1, making appropriations for claims against the state, its officers, or its employees, Chair's recommendation is an HD2, noting the additional claim included in the Attorney General's testimony. So we'd be including that. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2250 HD1, recommendations to pass with amendments. Any reservations?
Reservations.
Reservations for Rep Alcos. Any other reservations?
Reservations.
And Rep Gideon. Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. Next measure, HB 2289 HD1 relating to the expenditure ceiling on the automated victim information and notification system special fund. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none.
HB 2289 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 2309 HD1 relating to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Vice Chair.
HB 2309 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you. HB 2578 HD1 relating to due process for establishing personal liability for tax. Chair's recommendation is to move this forward as is. Any questions or comments? No, go ahead.
HB 2578 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Lastly, we have HB 2584 HD1 relating to the public land trust. I know there's a lot of moving parts. We got other bills intact and we're trying to figure out, how to balance certain boards and that sort of thing to evaluate this thing. But in the meantime, we'd like to move this forward as is, referencing some of the Attorney General's concerns in the committee report, but not striking the language as they originally recommended. Any questions on this measure? Seeing none, Vice Chair?
Okay, HB 2584 HD1 recommendations to pass unamended. Any reservations? Any no votes? Recommendations adopted.
Thank you, we're adjourned.